Hello, hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm a bit late. I had to reinstall my Google Hangouts. Just a second. Making sure that everything works. Sorry. Okay, perfect. You can hear me, guys? Can you hear me well? Hello, hello. Just making sure the sound works, the video works, everything. Just started. Sounds good. Image good. Sound okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for being here with me, for joining me. Let me just add some more light. Oops. There we go. We're ready to start all about cancer, guys. Thank you for joining me. And I will start with a little prayer. If you don't mind joining me so we can tap into the energy of cancer, we can learn, we can benefit to the best possible way from this broadcast. So, dear Mother, Father, God, dear universe, angels, archangels, exalted high beings, guardian angels that take care of us, guardians of the galaxy and the universe, thank you so much for allowing us to be here, to partake in this knowledge. Center our energy now, open our hearts, our mind, our intuition. Let the moon and the sign Cancer help us. Let them pour their wisdom into our hearts so we can understand the mystery of this mystical sign Cancer, of this very deep, beautiful, caring, motherly sign. Thank you, God, for allowing us to be here. Let everyone receive whatever they're looking for from here. Let them receive answers and understanding. Let this flow. Let there be no technical problems. Let this create more abundance, prosperity, and peace of mind in our life. Amen. Thank you, guys, for joining me. And because it's a long webinar, I'll try not to waste too much time. But here I am just to tell you to tap into the energy of Cancer. I'm wearing the colors of Cancer. Cancer rules pale pink colors and also silver, just like the moon, the ruler of Cancer. So I'm wearing a very pale pink top. Cancer also rules moonstone. So I'm carrying my moonstone, Cancer also rules shells. And here it is, mother of pearl earrings I'm wearing because, pearls are made out of shells. So mother of pearl. So here we are tapping into all this energy. Hopefully this will enhance. And not only that, but today, guys, while we are recording this webinar, the Sun, Mercury, and Mars are all in Cancer. And because of that, we're going to channel that energy and we're going to understand it much more profoundly because we have the universe helping us as well. And that's why I'm thinking that all about Leo will be in a month. I'm going to wait till the Leo season comes. So we're going to also take like a summer break a little bit. I need it as well. So we're going to do Leo in a month rather than after 2 weeks. Just keep that in mind, saying this for everyone who is coming for all about Leo. So how will this webinar proceed? First, I will talk a little bit generally about Cancer, the qualities, the modalities. Then I'm going to talk about what it means, the different houses from Cancer, the different signs, how they comprise the whole of Cancer, and why certain patterns repeat in the lives of Cancer, whether it's your ascendant or sun or moon in Cancer. And then I'm going to talk about what it means to have Cancer on different house cusps. Even if you have nowhere Cancer, if you're not sun in Cancer, moon in Cancer, everyone's going to have Cancer somewhere in their horoscope, in some house from their ascendant or from their sun. And it will give you an understanding again, hopefully, how to combine houses and signs together, what it means. It will teach you how to think like an astrologer, how to combine words together, how to combine meanings together. And then we're going to go to the last part, the fourth part, will be about different planets in Cancer. We'll start from the Sun, Moon, Saturn, Pluto. We're not going to do Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune because they're generational. They're not personal planets. But we're going to do all the planets up to the Saturn plus the South and North node in Cancer. So hope you have patience. Of course, if it's too late, you can later tune in to watch the recording. Hopefully within 2-3 days, we're going to also have timestamps so you can jump to whatever part of the webinar you're most interested in. And later on, when you're working with clients or when you want to understand the charts of friends or family, you can always like check, oh, they have Cancer on the 5th house, because what does it mean? Let me click on that webinar and see. Or they have Moon in Cancer, let me listen to that. Try to understand them better or give them advice better. Okay, so remember, we spoke in the previous webinars that there are 4 types of signs. Fire, earth, air, and water. And Cancer is a water sign, you know. And you can, Cancer is a water crab anyway, it's depicted very correctly. And there are also 3 modalities, which are cardinal, fixed, and mutable. And we'll see how this defines the qualities of the sign Cancer. And starting with, why is Cancer cardinal? Cardinal signs start when the sun enters a new path, basically when a new season starts. Cardinal signs are defined when a new season starts. That's why they're very about change, starting in a new direction. And that's why, even though we know that most of you probably know the general characteristic of Cancer, that it loves the past, that's very passive and nurturing, but actually Cancer is not such a weak sign. All the cardinal signs tend to be quite strong because they initiate new beginnings. Just like now, with the sun just entered into Cancer a couple of days ago, 3-4 days ago, and a new season is starting. You need a lot of energy to push in basically a new modality. That's why all the cardinal signs like Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, they're not weak signs. They might not have this ability to carry on for long, but they initiate change. So Cancer will be a sign that is able to initiate change. It's cardinal changes because it's a cardinal sign, you know, cardinal new direction of the sun. From a few days ago, the sun started to move in a cardinally new direction. It reached the highest northern part of its path, and it started from the moment the sun entered Cancer. It starts now going back south. So it's a cardinal direction of the sun, you know. It no longer will go north anymore. It starts going back, and it stations as well for 3 days. It looks like it doesn't move. That it doesn't move north or south anymore, and then it starts moving north. So yes, Cancer is a cardinal sign. And remember, it's about changes. So Cancers will have lots of changes in their life, you know, because cardinal signs initiate changes. And even if they resist the change, the universe brings it to them from outside. And remember that the fixed signs were the ones that they preserve the status quo. They are stubborn, they get stuck and they don't move. While the mutable signs were the ones that have both features, cardinal and fixed, which means that they can initiate changes, but they also want to preserve the status quo. Sometimes they'll be like that, sometimes they'll be like that. And usually it plays out with the mutable signs, which is they correspond to the last month of a season, that just like the last month of a season will have qualities both of the next season, of the cardinal sign after it, like the next season, say in Virgo is a mutable sign, so it has the qualities both of a bit summer and a bit of autumn, you know. Some days can be like summer, some days can be like autumn. So they usually, the mutable signs are the ones that are there to improve or to change on things that are already established, but they don't make cardinal big changes like Cancer will do cardinal in a totally new direction. They work to improve or to change already existing conditions. You know, so they build upon things that are already established somehow, improve them or fix them or change them in some way, but not in a cardinally new direction. And Cancer being water, of course, water rules the emotions, the feelings, and Cancer is the first water sign. And that's why Cancer rules our soul, our feelings, our moods, And that's why Cancer is a moody. Everyone knows Cancer. If you have Sun or Moon in Cancer or planets in Cancer, there will be some moodiness there because they feel feeling so much stronger than other signs. And astrology says the water signs are weak, but Cancer is very strong sign. First of all, we said it's cardinal, it initiates changes. Second of all, Cancer, in ancient Sanskrit, Cancer was represented by a shell. And the name Cancer, Karkata, in Vedic astrology, Sanskrit translated, means shell. And what does shell do? To protect you. Shell is a home. Shell is a home of a crab, for example, or it protects the soft of those marine animals. They're soft within, but they're hard outside. So as you can see, Cancer will be very much about, they'll have a hard exterior. They're not someone to trifle with, but they have this very soft interior inside. They feel very deeply, but outside they'll protect it. And often you might not be even aware that Cancer is feeling, sad or upset or something, because they can put this shell to protect what they're feeling inside, the inner world. Because they're so sensitive, they need a hard shell to protect the inner world. And sorry, just a second. And that's why Cancer rules everything connected to protection, to our shell, to something that you go retreat to be safe. That would be our homes. Cancer rules the properties, homes, real estate. That would be any kind of shelters. That would be any kind of environment where children and little ones can grow safely. And that's why Cancer also rules parenting. Cancer also, nurturing, protecting, and Cancer also rules schooling. But it's not like high school, something like that. Cancer rules the very initial schooling of children, which is like kindergartens, nursery schools, or how do they call preschools, nurseries, kindergartens, where the little baby incubators, chicken or baby incubators, places where babies are born as well, where babies are nurtured, the home as well. And Cancer, its ultimate goal is to provide protection, is to provide secure and stable environment. And that's why Cancer is very averse to intrusion. That's why it's very averse to, it might even feel like I'm here, like Cancer is the sign of the mother, of course. The womb, the mother, the breast where children eat, where children are fed from, because Cancer wants to nourish, to grow, to protect. And Cancer is a very fertile sign. Remember, just like also in the Northern Hemisphere, when the sun enters in Cancer, this is the most fertile month of the year, around June, July, where everything has blossomed, when everything, the little birds and fledglings are flying, being brought up by their parents. Everything is verdant and it's rich and it's fertile. The whole earth is super fertile around that time. And in the same way, Cancer is extremely, whatever you find it in your horoscope, there will be fertility there. There will be the need to grow, to nurture, to protect, to defend as well, to mother. Whatever Cancer is in your horoscope, you might want to mother. Like if you have Cancer in your 7th house, you'd like to mother your partners. Or you can attract partners that mother you, that defend you, that protect you. And you'll see how Cancer also is super strong, because one of the signs that rules Cancer, one of the houses of Cancer, one of the most important houses, the 10th house from Cancer, is Aries. And Aries is a warrior. And the 10th house is your actions in the world, so in your reputation, how you are perceived by the world. So Cancers will often be perceived not as those weak little people, or they'll be perceived like quite strong, like would like to defend, would not allow you to trifle with them or to cross boundaries. Cancer is very boundary conscious, wants to protect the country, very attached to country, to the nesting place, to the roots, to the history. Cancer is one of the signs that rules history, because it wants to, remember the shell, together with Taurus. Taurus and Cancer both rules history. If you took Taurus, you remember that Taurus rules any stored archives, anything that is stored. It might be food, it might be money, anything that we store, but we also store past knowledge, information. So Taurus is the storehouse of knowledge, the collector of songs, folk, traditions, customs. Cancer is the protector of those. And Cancer is very much, and also Cancer and Taurus history, connected to past, liking something from the old. From the past, the old traditions. And because Cancer is so protective, it is a sign that protects the old ways of humans. It protects the customary ways, the old folk ways, the old traditions. You'll see that people that have strong Cancers are very much attached to how things are done from their early childhood home, from the country that they come from. And even if a Cancer goes to live in a different country, they'll keep coming back, whether it's their sun, moon, or ascendant in Cancer. They'll be very attached. They'll keep coming back, or at least they'll have one property in their country as well. Or they'll be like very nostalgic, keep thinking back about the past, about their country of origin, about their family. Sorry. And let me just take my notes. And you know, that actually the USA was created when the sun was in Cancer, because USA is 4th of July, it's the Independence Day when it was created. So USA has a strong Cancer influence. And why do you think USA is so protectionist of its borders? Why do you think USA is so defensive, you know, trying to shoot, protect, building up their armies? So they say it's for protection. They're also invasive, but that's from different side. From their horoscope is not due to the Cancer qualities. If it was just Cancer, it would just try to protect itself rather than invade. But there are other things in the horoscope of the USA. And USA is very family oriented. USA, the Cancer nation, for them, the family, the unit, you know, the traditions to be kept. That's very important for them. And Cancer is, and USA is also, that's why Cancer rules dogs, because dogs are guardian of the home. They protect, they shelter, they guard you. And that's why, like Nikola Stojanovic said, is that so many Americans almost say, I've never seen such a thing, guys. So many pets. Every family has a pet, has a dog. And you know, because Cancer rules dogs, protectors of the home. So, you know, definitely USA people, almost everyone has a dog or guardian animal of some sort. So when you see Cancer, wherever it's in the horoscope, you'd have very protection, very defensive attitude towards that area of your life. If you have strong Cancer in your horoscope, like planets, you'd like to have a shelter, you'd like to have a home where you can retreat and be safe. And I've even seen people with strong Cancer, they want to keep guns in their homes to protect the family, or you know, something that can guard others, or to put walls, not walls, but what is that, like fences around their home. And here where we're living, not many people have fences, but my husband is Cancer sun, and we're one of the few houses in the neighborhood that has fully surrounded with, with fence, because he wants his privacy, you know. And that's very much Cancer. It wants its privacy. It wants the family, the private life is sacred for them, and they don't want intrusions from others unless they invited. They want to provide the safety for the family, for the children, for the little ones, for their loved ones to grow there. They're also very attached to comfortable habits, Cancers, you know, to recurring habits. And why is that? Because the moon rules Cancer, and the moon, as you know, is the mother. And not only that, but the moon is also the ebbs and flows of the oceans. That's why Cancer also rules the oceans. And any water resources, or any water places that have ebbs and flows, like rivers, because the rivers also have, like, you know, they flood sometimes and they dry out. When there is this fluctuation, the moon creates the fluctuation, you know, from geography. The moon rules Cancer. That's why Cancers will fluctuate a lot. The lives of Cancers will fluctuate, just like a river. There might be a drought, and then there will be always a flood, a drought and a flood. And that's why the lives of Cancer, whatever Cancer rules in your life, you'll see that it's in cycles. It never stays stable and constant. But there is one good thing here. because it never, if it goes dry, it will never stay dry for too long, because there is this rhythmical change, and it's predictable, and it comes back just like the tides. The sea retreats, but it will come back after that. So if Cancer rules your sixth house of work, and you'll be changing works more often, or employments, or your 10th house of career, you will be changing careers paths, and there'll be ebbs and tides in your career. There might be a dry period, but inevitably they shouldn't worry, because a new career will come, or a new job, or inevitably a period will come of flooding, of fertility, of a lot, that's like lack and a lot, or a stale period when nothing is much happening, and then a lot of things happening, a very fertile period. So there is this cyclic patterns in the life of Cancer, or whatever Cancer is situated in your horoscope. They are very much about attuned deeply to the rhythms of the seasons as well, because the seasons are rhythmical, just like water is rhythmical, the ocean, just like the moon. The moon changes its face every day. You look at the moon, it's full. In 2 days, you look at the moon, it's half. In a few days, you look, there's no moon. So every day the moon's shape changes as perspective from the earth. And in the same way, Cancer's moods change all the time, but their life is changing, but it's cyclical. You know that in a month, the moon will be exactly the same shape from now. That you know that there will be new moons, full moons, they're predictable and they're cyclical. And more mature Cancers, they learn to expect that. Maybe younger Cancers, they'll feel more fearful that life is unpredictable, that life, oh my God, how can one moment be so strong or stable and the next moment not be so strong or stable, whatever, or be lacking. But the older Cancers, they've learned that one thing goes, another comes, and there is recurrence of cycles. And they love this recurrence of cycles, and they love the rhythmical, patterns of the seasons. And the family life. Family life is very rhythmical. You wake up in the morning, very habitual. There is predictability there, and that's why they feel so comfortable in family life. Well, most family lives, but like if you have a baby, I can tell you, because Cancer is about bringing up babies, nurturing the young, protecting the young. You'll see that you can't go do crazy things. You have to have a habitual rhythmic pattern every day. And Cancers are very happy with that. Okay. They love the soothing cycles of family life, and the roots go very deep to their place of settlement. You'd see that Cancers are very patriotic. They were very fond of their history or family tree, or they'll research the family tree, they'll research the past, they'll research the traditions, they'll keep them, they'll try to recreate them in their own family, even if they're like a hipster Cancer or whatever, they would still, sooner or later, once they have their family, they would, no matter how international and open-minded they are, if you have strong Cancer, sooner or later you come back to the traditions of your family. And you start recreating them in your own family. And they often you'll find people with strong Cancer to be involved with protecting and guarding. There might be police, there might be Marines with water as well, because Cancer rules water. They might be drawn to careers that are about caretaking, nursing, children, involved with children, schooling of little children as well, school teachers as well, you'll see them. They can be stewards of lands. They can be farmers, because they're tuned to the seasons, and that how farmers farm with the moon cycles. Everyone who is a farmer knows that, organic farmer at least. And Cancer rules the earth, the land, the property that you own. So they'll be stewards, guardianship of the earth, the land. They can often be in property themselves, real estate. You have strong Cancer, you'll see how that is. Often if you have strong Cancer, you'll be one of the first ones of your friends to have their own home, because it's so important, because we create in our world and in our reality whatever we really care about, and whatever we feel very strongly about, we attract it, we create it. So often they might settle even early in life than others, or they might have properties and homes early in life and amass those and build those. And I remember my best friend is Cancer Sun with Venus in Cancer. Wow, in our 20s, we were all partying and having fun and drinking and spending our money and not caring. Oh, me is like an Aries, so all fire signs. All our friends were also fire signs, and she was the only one that was saving all her money so she can have a property. And she had property at the age of 29, which in London to buy property almost fully paid out at 29, it's a huge thing, you know. And we were like, how did you do that? And she said, well, that was my priority, because we were working in the same places, not making more money than us, but she managed to save, and we didn't do that. That's Cancer's priority, is to create a safe environment, to have a place to call home. And they'll be very private about their home. They won't let everyone in their home. They have to trust them. Very loved, close people, they'll let only. So they'll be in careers like landowners, carers, maybe cultural conservators, someone who tries to conserve the old habits, the old patterns, you know, the customs. They might be historians that research the past. Like my little brother is Cancer moon, and the moon is what you really need and emotionally attached to. He's such a patriot. When we talk about planets and signs in Cancer, I'll give you examples, but he's also going to study history. And, you know, basically that's what it's very security, protection conscious, boundary conscious, attached to comfortable habits, might love gardening as well, you know, taking care of the home. Defenders of the vulnerable, you'll find them often in parental roles somehow. If you have a strong Cancer parental role, you'll find them living near water as well. Yes, so, and yeah, and sometimes people say that they'll be like needy, but because they need to be proven security, they need the security, they need to be certain with the people in their life. That's why they can be quite codependent, just like a mother and a child are codependent, but that's their role. If you don't want a codependent partner, don't go being with someone who has strong Cancer in them, because you're gonna kill their soul. If you're trying to tell them to be less codependent, oh, give me space, you know, because Cancers needs to be needed, needs to take care, needs to protect. And if you're not needy, if they don't feel you need them, if you don't feel that they can be fully dependent on you and you can be fully dependent on that, it will be like asking them to break a part of their heart and live like a half person. And as I said, they can be very caring, very loving, very soft. This is this inner soft side of the, you know, inside the crab. But they're hard outside, just like a mother. A mother will be very gentle and caring with the child. But if someone is going to hurt the child, or she becomes a mama bear, or she can, like you've seen mothers that, you know, oh, goo goo gaga to the baby, so sweet, and all of a sudden she can lift a car off of her child. The strength this Cancer has, especially when it has to defend, take care of someone, and protect someone. The Cancers will basically muster up this amazing strength, this hard shell, this powerful energy, you know, to help and to, you know, to intervene. So don't mistake Cancer for a weak sign, but don't mistake them also for a heartless sign. They're very, even if they don't show it. I remember most of my partners have been Cancers that I dated, because I have the moon in the 7th house. The moon rules Cancer, 7th house of long-term relationships. And I've observed how initially they would not express their feelings too much. They wouldn't test me on stuff. If it was Scorpio, they would also play little tests on you. But the Cancer will wait to see how secure they are with you before they start expressing their feelings. But they feel very strongly, they love, but because of the trying to protect those feelings, they would not like jump immediately, and they would observe you first and see how you've proven yourself, so to speak. Sorry. They can be quite localist as well. They can be, because they care about the local, the home, the family. They can be environmentalist, conservationists as well, a bit like Taurus. Cancer and Taurus have a lot of similarities, because they're about to conserve, to protect. So environmentalists like to protect nature. And as I said, Cancer is very attuned to the cycles of nature. Okay, so cancer rules mothers, family, all those things. And there is changeability, but it's kind of more predictable, that flows and ebbs like tides. Cancer rules the breast in the physical body, because this is where you nourish the children, where they grow from the breast, from the milk. Cancer rules all dairy products, of course, which come from milk. People that have strong cancer might love dairy. It's another question whether they can, now people being so, having so many problems with dairy. Cancer also rules the abdomen, the stomach, especially, not the intestines or the lower parts, the stomach. Why is that? And cancer is considered the second mind. The stomach is considered the second mind, the intuitive mind. Actually, before humans developed their thinking, logical brain, they were thinking with the stomach. Like the intuition, something telling you. They were much more attuned to the stomach, and the stomach has as many nerves, well, not as many as in the head, but it's like has as many neurons, the nerve cells, as does the brain. And cancer is basically where all this, when you have in the stomach, because it has those nerves and they perceive intuitively. If something is not right, you have a funny feeling in your stomach, because the stomach is ruled by cancer, and cancer is probably one of the most intuitional signs. And cancer should listen to their intuition, because they don't know it in their body. Cancer feels it in the body. If you have a lot of Gemini or something like that, you might drown the sound, the voice of your intuition. But people with a strong cancer, they learn to trust the intuition, and it's usually right, because they feel the stomachs are very sensitive. So you probably noticed, if you know cancers, they have some stomach issues. Sooner or later, especially when they're nervous, if they're butterflies, gut feeling. If they're nervous, if they're stressed, if they've gone through emotionally difficult period, difficult relationship or whatever, the first thing that goes, or if they eat bad, the first thing that goes is their stomach. I'm not saying they'll die from their stomach or something like that, but I can give you an example. My husband is in cancer, very sensitive stomach. He had to learn to, especially after his previous divorce, he went upset, his stomach went, totally crazy. And you hear it rumbling all the time when he's nervous, when he's upset. My best friend, cancer, Rumi, she had a difficult period. So for 8 years now, she cannot eat almost any food. She can eat very few foods, because she had a very difficult period, and that affected her stomach immediately. My other best friend, cancer, I have so many cancers in my life. Cancer, still on the moon. Her stomach, again, big problem. She had allergies and problems with the stomach all her life. My little brother, moon in cancer. But everyone that I know has had that is cancer has had this, because they also have to check their breasts, because the breasts also keep the emotions here. So the stomach and the breast are sensitive areas. They have to make sure they check them. I'm not saying you're gonna get breast cancer or something like that, guys, but the emotions are stored in that area of the body, and it can, if you've had too painful emotional experiences, it can hit you on the breast and the stomach. And so cancers have to be very careful with, not necessarily with what they eat always, but it's triggered by emotional stuff. It's triggered by, it's usually psychosomatic, and it hits the physical body. And when the psychosomatic problem is resolved, when the pain, resentment, or hurt, emotional hurt is resolved or is forgiven, that's why cancer really have to work on forgiveness. Or when the fear or insecurity is resolved, the physical problem also disappears. And I can give you an example of a friend of mine who, for 7 years, had severe issues with her stomach, and that was due to the fact that her husband didn't want to have children. And cancer, not to have children, it's almost like a sentence to death. It's not always the case. Sometimes, it can be cancer, have Saturn in the 5th house or whatever, and you might not want to have children. But for most cancers, for them, it's so important to have a family. And the moment and for so many years, she was trying to say, okay, I don't want children. And the doctors couldn't find where the problem was coming from. And it was hitting her stomach so badly. And when eventually they had a child, the problem was solved. You see, the psycho-emotional reasons are removed and the health of cancer improves immediately. Okay, so it rules the breast, and I was telling you how the stomach has intelligence. It's the second brain, the intuitive brain, and actually now scientists are proving that the stomach is the area that produces dopamine, all those happiness hormones. We were thinking that only the brain produces them, but it's not. The stomach actually produces 90% of the happiness hormones, serotonin, dopamine, and all of those things. So that's why cancer rules our moods. You see, our moods come from, that's why it's so important if you're having very big moody problems to eat well, to eat light foods, that the stomach, so you don't put extra pressure on that stomach, which is producing, so you can help it produce more serotonin, dopamines, and all those happy hormones. That's why so many people are depressed, because they have poor diet. And remember, cancer is about nutrition, nurturing. Cancer wants to give the most nutritious food, the most high in calorie, but good calories, not like empty calories, because cancer is about nurturing, raising the child in protected, safe environment. So if it's very important when you have psychosomatic emotional issues to eat well. So you help the stomach to produce happiness of hormones. Otherwise, cancer can be prone to depression. Can be, especially if your stomach, and if they're emotionally not feeling well, if they have too many stresses, they're not eating well, the emotions, depressions, ups and downs, and yeah, so that's our second mind. So through cancer, we access intuition on a deep level. Just like the cancer card is the high priestess in tarot, and that's the most intuitive card. It's our second brain talking to us, so to speak. And like all my friends, cancer, they know stuff without being told. They just feel them in their body as well. And she should say, like, I don't know why I feel this, but I know it, and it comes to pass after that. Cancer also rules, cancer in esoteric circles is known that all souls, when they're being incarnated on earth, pass through the portal of cancer. I don't think this is one specific place in space. It's kind of like a vibrational, the portal of cancer, how they describe it, the esoterics, is that it's like a vibrational state. It's not one specific location like the constellation of Cancer only, but it's a vibrational, dimensional place that all souls that are incarnating pass through that vibrational Cancer, influenced by the sign of Cancer. And all souls, and that's Cancer is the womb, the mother. We're being born from there. And all souls, when they leave the earth, they pass through the portal of Capricorn, the opposite sign of Cancer. And Capricorn, the symbol of Capricorn is death and the scythe. That's why Capricorn is associated with death. And in the northern hemisphere is the season of when everything is dead, and everything is like sleeping. While Cancer is the sign of life. Cancer rules life. That's why you see whatever you have Cancer in your horoscope, you can grow that area. Cancer is about growing. Cancer is about nurturing. That's why Jupiter, the planet of growth and expansion, is exalted, which means it's strongest in Cancer. And you'll see wherever you have Cancer in your horoscope, you can grow things. You can grow, you can nurture it, you can, be very fertile in that area of your life. You can produce fertile results. Okay. So that's generally speaking about Cancer. Cancer is life. Cancer is the portal of life. Cancer is protective, nurturing. I'm not going to repeat anymore. But now let's start to see the houses from Cancer, the signs from Cancer. Oh, wait a second. Where is my... Whew. And you see where Cancer gets its qualities from, and you'll see certain repeating patterns that are noticed in the lives of almost all Cancers. Of course, planets in those houses from Cancer will change the picture, but you'll see that many Cancers will have similar experiences some time in their lives. Okay, so we'll put Cancer as the first sign. Let me just do that. Leo, Virgo, Libra. I hope you recognize the symbols of the different signs, but I'll talk. Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. So you see, guys, a sign is not just, each sign contains the rest 12, 11 signs within it. They're always in a circle, they're perfect. You know, it's like a hologram. Each sign reflects the other 11 signs, or, you know, within itself. But they trigger different areas. These different signs trigger different areas of the person's, of that sign's life, you know. And if we put here, this is the first house, this is the second, third sign from Cancer, fourth sign, and we call them houses, you know, because it's like it describes an area of your life, specific area. This is the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and each one corresponds. Like the 7 is relationship, 6 is work, 5 is romance, children, 8 is crisis, 9 is higher knowledge, coming out of the crisis, seeing the truth, 10 is your contribution to the world, 11 is your social recognition, 12 is your the end, the undoing yours in the world. Anyway, so you see how different signs from Cancer will trigger and influence different areas of Cancer's life. And that you'll notice these repeating patterns for people who have Cancer ascendant, people who have Cancer sun to a lesser degree, but still, because the sun can be used as a start of the horoscope again, you know, and Cancer moons. So if you happen to have Cancer sun, moon, or ascendant, but especially with the ascendant, because the ascendant shows what is your destiny in a tangible, material way. In a very, counting from the sun or from the moon will still manifest in your life, but in more psychological way through the moon, or in more in less tangible ways, because the ascendant is the physical body, so it shows the physical manifestation. But the sun and moon also count psychologically as well. And having Cancer ascendant, what does it mean? And after that, we'll speak about having Cancer sun and moon, but this will be very similar as well for them. Often you'd look, Cancer moon, they'll have more softness to them, just like the moon. They'll have paler skin. Even if you're born in India or another country, you know, you just have a little bit more lighter color, hair, skin, you know, eyes than your family. Just like the moon is pale. They have this almost like ghostly glow sometimes. Unless, of course, there is a planet that changes. If you have Mars here, you'll get red, because the planet overpowers the sign. The signs are more like a background. They're very subtle, but the planet is very intense. So if you have Saturn here, it will make you darker than your genome. If you have Venus, it can make you, you know, each planet gives a different tint, but doesn't matter. Talking about that, but it will usually, Cancer will give a little bit more paler, lighter, especially if it's on the ascendant, with the sun and moon as well, but to a lesser degree, because they also rule the body. The sun, moon, and ascendant both are responsible for the body. Cancer also being on the first house will, all those things that we talked about, they'll be very attached to their home, to their family. My dad and my brother, older brother, both have Cancer ascendant, so I've had the chance to watch how this manifests, the Cancer ascendant firsthand, and they love their home. They love them. My dad doesn't even want to leave Bulgaria. Like, even he didn't come for my previous wedding and because of that, we had to make it in Bulgaria. You know? So for him, he's so attached to home and family. He loves history, and my other brother, even though he lives in Austria, he all the time reads about Bulgarian history. He's very proud, and he's thinking of moving back now that he's in his 40s, to move back with his wife to Bulgaria. So they're very attached to everything that comes home, family, very protective. They're here on this earth to walk the path of Cancer. If you have Cancer ascendant, sun or moon, you're especially Cancer ascendant, to walk the path, to be in the school of Cancer, which is to protect, to nourish. My dad is a great patriot, being a Cancer ascendant. They protect the weak. They protect the normal people. Cancer rules the people of the country. And they often have very strong appeal to normal, regular Joe people, to people through the country, because Cancer rules those normal people, everyday people, the normal families of the world, They can have quite rounded faces like the moon, or people that have the moon in the first house, but, like my baby has moon in the first house, so he has perfectly round head. My dad has Cancer ascendant, perfectly round head. My brother has Cancer ascendant, perfectly round head. It's crazy to see it. It's like, it's not that long. Of course, they can be changes sometimes, but it's not. But you'd see a bigger part of people that would, with Cancer ascendant, Sun and Moon, would have such characteristics, more circular, And later in life, they tend to put on more weight around the torso, around the stomach area, because Cancer wants to protect, wants to keep close to itself. It wants to, to be safe. So somehow psychologically, with age, they start building up here on the belly area, or the torso area is bigger usually for them. Or people also with strong Cancer. Okay, so everything that we spoke about Cancer till now, if you have Sun, Moon, or Ascendant, it counts for you. Everything. But now let's see the more interesting part. The derived houses, the signs contained within Cancer, and how they make Cancer what it is. Well, the second house of Cancer is ruled by Leo, and we're using whole signs. Each sign equals one house, but that's the perfect circle. So for Cancer's Leo is, and I call Cancers everyone who has Sun, Moon, or Ascendant, Leo is their second house. And second house, if you remember what it means, second house has the energy of Taurus normally, because the sign has the energy of the house, the number of the house. So it's about storing knowledge, it's about storing money, it's about storing and banking, and it's not only money. The second house, it's about the customs that you've grown up with, the old traditions. Second house is about storing them, keeping them safe as well. Taurus also wants to store and keep safe, just like Cancer. So if you have someone with lots of Taurus and Cancer in their horoscope, guys, say Moon in Cancer, Sun in Taurus, or Ascendant, they'll be big hoarders. Or if they're rich, they'll be called collectors. But both those signs, they want to protect and hold, and and Cancer. And the second house, so it's about the old ways, the folk ways. It's about this, it's a storehouse of knowledge, of folk ways, of songs, of music, of the past, historical songs, music, history records as well. Remember, Taurus rules also history. And Cancer feels, because Leo is in the second house, of those stored from traditions from the family. In ancient astrology, the second house rules the family together with the fourth house, so both Taurus. The second and fourth house rules family. The fourth house rules more like the emotional environment in your family, and the mother in particular, while the second house rules the traditions, the lineage, the heritage of your family. Like together, mother, father, ancestors, everything together, So the habits, the customs, the songs of the culture and all those things, the history as well. So Cancers have Leo in the second house. And Leo is the sign that we feel we're best at, that we shine. Leo is where the sign of the sun. You're best at, you shine, is your strongest point. It's where you're proud of yourself. And it's what you're passionate about. Leo is passionate. It loves whatever Leo is in our horoscope would love. It gives us a lot of joy. Leo is the sign of joy. It gives us a lot of sense of self-pride, what you pride yourself on. So Cancers pride themselves on their heritage. You see where it's coming from, also from the derived signs, how they pride themselves on their family lineage, on their heritage, on their cultural inheritance, on the stored knowledge of song and written or spoken folk songs and traditions, and Cancer also pride themselves in their personal life, and they'll history. They'll pride themselves on their knowledge of history as well, or they'll feel very proud with their national history as well, because Leo is pride and find joy in that. They'll find joy in being close to family, because the second house, remember, it rules the whole family as well, in the heritage of the family, in what the family has left behind for you. Cancer will find joy in it and will try to protect it. Leo is a sign of to rule it wisely. Leo is the king, to rule. So Cancer tries to rule wisely the family and the heritage left from the family. You see the logic, how it starts to work. Also, Cancer, as you can see, that second house on a personal level is your own possessions. So they would pride themselves on their possessions, and often would even like to display possessions, which is something you might be, because Cancer is more shy sign, because it's passive, it's feminine sign, you know. But when it comes to their resources and their family, they will be proud with that. They will be initiative, because Leo is a masculine sign. That's why Cancer gets its initiative in regards to Leo is it's strength. Where do you have strength? In regards to your family, in regards to your inherited culture, in regards to strength to go and earn for your family as well. Second house is to store money, to create wealth for your family, to create wealth for yourself, to create financial stability. So there will be more initiative in regards to that. They'll be more proud in regards to that. There'll be more, even they might like to display like grand objects and possessions of theirs, and to, if they have. Okay. They value, what do they value? Dignity, pride, warmth, generosity. That's why Cancer is also very warm, loving sign, because Leo is the sun of most warmth. And second house is what you value. They value those qualities of Leo, of warmth, of affection, being affectionate. They might not display them so much, but they are themselves very affectionate because they value it. And also Leo rules, the second house rules how you spend your money, what you do with your resources. And Leo is very generous. Leo is ruled by the sun. The sun gives. You'd probably notice that quite Cancers, people with strong Cancers, can be very generous with their resources. In a sense, they're not going to go and start giving money to others, but with their family as well, they can be very generous there because of this Leo in the second house. The second house is food. What do they pride themselves? Because the second house is what nourishes the physical body, what supports the physical body. You see how it's under the first house? The first house is the physical body. So it rules food. And second house, Leo, Cancers can be proud of their cooking skills. I don't know a single Cancer that can cook amazingly. Maybe but it's more exception to the rule. The rule. All my best friends are the Cancers, and they're great cooks for some reason. And look, because Leo is what you are best at, what you shine at. So Cancers can shine at cooking, at food, at preparing food of any sort, and that's why they also love to feed family and stuff. And they'll be generous with their food, even if it's not with the resources. The second house, the food, they would like to cook for you. They would like to, but remember also Cancer is a sign that wants to protect and preserve things, So it's kind of, especially when it comes to resources, they can be very protective. They can be very, they can try to protect the resources for their own family, but can be generous with their family. Even though my dad is always kind of stingy. But anyway, but the second house, Leo, is like what they pride themselves on is also their ability to cook great food. They can display possessions, and they can be courageous, Leo, when it comes to, and active when it comes to earning money. Okay, and what do they spend money on? Children. Leo rules children. So how is Leo rules children? So they'll spend money on children, basically. They derive, Leo is what gives you confidence. They derive confidence, we said, from their heritage, from their past, from their family, and they derive confidence, and they're proud with also their possessions, derive confidence, and from those things. That's why it's very important for them to possess. Okay. Also, second house is what you can earn living from, and often Cancers can earn living from creative pursuits. And not all the Cancers are very creative, but they can make money from that. So if you see someone with Cancer ascendant, You can, if they ask you, what can I make money from? And Leo is here from creative pursuits of some sort, or from leadership positions, because Leo is leadership positions, being in a king position of some, not king, but like a boss position of some sort. Okay, then the third house of Cancer is ruled by Virgo, and the third house is how we think, how we communicate, and Virgo is very practical. So Cancers will think practically, and especially if Cancer is the sign of the family, the mother. Imagine if you don't think practically, that'd be disaster. They can be, though, critical, because Virgo is a critical sign, and in their communications, Cancer can be more likely to say something that criticizes you. They try to give constructive criticism in their communication, but it can come out sometimes like criticism because of Virgo third house communications, how they express themselves verbally and mentally can be somehow nitpicking sometimes, but it's practical ways, you know. They can have a strong internal argumentation, because third house is how you think, and Virgo worries a lot. So Cancers are warriors, just like Virgos are warriors, but Cancers are warriors because their mind is ruled by Virgo. And their thinking processes are ruled by Virgo, so they'll worry a lot. What do they worry about? Probably about their family, about their security, you know, all those things. And they kind of, Virgo is very mental sign, so they'll have a lot of thoughts in their head and constantly kind of criticizing themselves and doubting themselves, because Virgo is a sign that doubts a lot as well. But at the same time, you know, it can come out that they also criticize others somehow. But they can be great as someone to correct, to edit proofreaders, because Virgo is about details, you know, as editors, as tutors, as critics. Sometimes I've seen, you know, Cancers that are great food critics because they writing, speaking, third house, Virgo, criticizing, finding fault, and also giving advice how to perfect, how to improve something. This is Virgo. Virgo wants to perfect everything. It's not only criticizing for no reason, it criticizes because it wants to better things. It wants to help. So Cancer comes to you and it wants to help, and it might sound like you're being criticized, but it will give you practical advice of some sort. Also, third house is how we approach others. It's how we communicate, friendship, stuff like that. And Virgo is, again, feminine sign, so it's not so initiative. So Cancers might, that's why I can come out a bit as more shy. It's not always the case. For example, my dad has many planets in the third house, so he's a chatterbox. But with Virgo is more, because it's generally more, it's a feminine female sign, and it's more passive sign. In the initiation of communications, they can usually be a bit more timid. Virgo is a timid sign. They can be, when it comes to business organization, they can be highly organized. When it comes to their personal life, not so much, you know. Cancer is not about order generally, but when it comes to, you know, organizing words, and like my dad writes books, for example, and his books and notes and whatever, and takes videos, third house is media, information, writing, speaking, and everything has its own place. Might not be perfectly organized from my point of view, but he knows, he has kind of labeled them, done them in such a way, so he knows when he goes how to find them. But otherwise, around the house is a mess. Okay, what else? The mind of a warrior, we said, perfectionist, and even skeptic. The mind of a skeptic, because Virgo is, you know, the third house of the mind. Virgo is skeptical a little bit when approaching other people and communicating. They might have obsessive compulsive thinking, because Virgo can be obsessive compulsive about the details, and Cancer as well can have, when it comes about thinking things, they can think them obsessively compulsively over and over, you know. And Virgo rules work, just like the sixth house. So when it's in the third house, it shows things that you can work. And as I said, they can work, Cancer, somehow with siblings. Third house rules siblings. They can work with third house also rules neighbors. They can work with their siblings. They can work with their neighbors. They can work with small groups of people. Third house rules small groups of people. And they can work in professions that are good at details. It's like neuro specialists. or something to do with editing, with correcting, with paying attention to the detail. And third house is also the house of communication, of information of some sort as well, administrative duties. So Cancers can work, and they'll be well organized when it comes to such career in something to do with writing, speaking, administration, business administration. Okay. Also, the third house indicates what kind of siblings you can have. So for Cancers, often the siblings might be, for nurses. Taurus, Virgo rules people that help others, nurses or neuro specialists, or like my husband, his sister is a nurse. Third house, sister, siblings, Virgo. I don't know if she has Virgo in the horoscope, but she's a nurse herself, helping others. The siblings might be critical as well. That's another thing of Virgo. Might be perfectionists, might have those Virgo qualities. Might be accountant, siblings. And might have detailed skill sets. And actually, Cancer, when they develop their skill set, they'll put a lot of attention to detail. So they're not going to be like going over it, and they would put attention. They will be perfectionists when developing their skill set. Okay, but in the mind, they're practical, pragmatists. They're good at technical writing of some sort. Technical writers, perfecting speech and writing is something that, and because Virgo is a bit anal about perfection. That's why also I've seen many Cancers, they'll be careful when they speak not to say things that they might be judged for, to measure their words, just like Virgo can be, to try to perfect things. Then the fourth house from Cancer is Libra. And Libra falls in their home. So Cancers would love a harmonious, Libra was harmonious, balanced home. That's why at home, Cancers, the home is their is their place, and Libra is ruled by, and by the way, I forgot to say something. You see how the third house and the sixth house, my mistake. You see how the fourth house and the 11th house are ruled by the same planet, Venus. Venus rules both Libra and Taurus. And I'll explain how this is connected and what it means, because immediately the sector of family, home, and property gets connected to the sector of 11th house, gains. 11th house rules gains. So you see how many Cancers can gain 11th house through property and real estate, and how they want to gain property and real estate, and how often they can make money out of it, because 11th house is your income as well. Second house is money, and 11th house is, second house is what you do with your money. 11th house is how you earn and gain income as well. And the 11th house, because it's the most gainful house, because it rules the 11th house rules the second from the 10th. So 10th is your work, your career. So the 11th is, once you're in your career, the gains that you make from that career. And the second house is what you do with those money when you have them. Do you spend them, or do you trifle them? Or do you, and Leo is a sign that likes to keep the status quo and prides itself. So it's not, Leo is not a wasteful sign, but it can be generous with resources. But anyway, coming back to how the fourth house and the 11th house are ruled by Venus, how when it comes to property, vehicles, they can gain from vehicles as well. Of course, if there are difficult planets here or in the 11th house, that will break the chain. That will create, this balance, and might not be the case. But definitely, and Venus, the planet of love, what we love and appreciate. What do Cancers love and appreciate? If Venus rules their fourth house, Libra. They love and appreciate their home. They love their family. They love their protected environment. That's why having Libra on the fourth house is why Cancers love family. Why Cancers love to, to have beautiful homes as well. Cancers, because Libra rules beauty, Libra rules good design. So very often you'd see that Cancers homes, even if they're not most expensive or whatever, they would have a good sense of style, a good sense of, they'll put a lot of thought into the home, how to design it. And often you can even see that they can make money out of properties and homes, or even designing, interior design of some sort. So if you have Cancer strong Cancer sun, Cancer moon, Cancer ascendant, mostly the ascendant, because this is what you manifest in Ontario. Well, you can make money out of interior design. Money, Venus also rules money, and it rules Libra and Taurus. Gains, home, money. Libra is art, interior design, designing stuff. Okay, and they often love to keep peace at home, to have a peaceful home, which is what Libra is. They love sweet homes, to have sweetness of the home, and delights. Libra is what you delight in, Venus ruling what you delight in the home, in the parenting. And they usually have tastefully decorated homes, as I said, where they enjoy to be social, because Libra is a very social sign. They like to be social at their homes. And not only that, but because Venus, the planet that rules their 4th house, also rules the 11th house of friendships, they'd love to entertain friends in their home environment. And they treat their friends like their family. But once we get to the 11th house, we'll speak more about that. They love to have some balance, because Libra is the balance colors, styles, and the signs. Two people I know Cancer that own their properties, and they have beautiful homes. Even if they can't afford too much, they'll try to make it nice. And they enjoy. Friends are welcome at home. The 11th house connection there. I'm just checking my notes if I said everything. Argue properties. Also, Libra is a sign of partnerships. So, partnerships, marriage, so often Cancers can be more successful with owning properties after marriage or after being in a long or stable relationship, because Libra, so when it comes to vehicles and properties, you can gain them easier after Libra. Libra is a marriage or committed relationship. Also, the 4th house shows what is your emotional stability, where you derive it from, because the 4th house rules, the feelings as well, just like Cancer. And for Cancers, it comes through relationships. This is what you need. The 4th house is what is your essential needs. And for Cancers, relationships they need them. And often having Libra on the 4th house is like they can parent. 4th house is parenting. Libra is relationships. They're partners. They can parent, and they can, and for them it's so important that the partner, Libra, wants to shack up and create home, environment, and family. Again, this is how we're combining, I'm teaching you to think like an astrologer, to combine the meanings of the signs with houses. And often they emotional need to be in partnerships, into very codependent partnerships as well, because 4th house is like a mother and child partnerships, like 4th house is the house of the mother. Okay. And often they equalize the marriage partner to family. For the marriage partner is there not just to have sex, is to have a family. 4th house, Libra, marriage partner. 6 for harmony and peace at home. And 4th house would show one of the parents, usually the mother, but it's not always the case, because now sometimes nowadays the roles might be reversed. So for some people it might be a father, but usually one of the parents was very Libra-like. Maybe they were in design, maybe they were diplomat, maybe they were in trying to keep peace in some way. Maybe they were trying to be, one would be more belligerent because the other parent axis is in Aries, and often Cancer would have like those very belligerent parent, and one who tries to keep the peace. One who is like, or one who is the devil's advocate. Whatever one thinks, the other one would try to go to the opposite side. But that's Libra, and maybe artistic, maybe someone who's artistic, some beautiful, maybe often they'll have a beautiful parent, that's certainly the case with with my brother and with my father. His mom was very beautiful. An eye for home design, interior decorator, I said that, because home merges with art. Peaceful person at the core. Oh, they can have elegant gardens. How do they like their homes? Or if they have a garden, elegant garden or something like that. All right. So I think we covered the fourth house. Let's continue to the fifth house. Oh, that's interesting. Scorpio rules the love life, and the fifth house is equals the heart chakra, falling in love, how you're in love. The seventh house rules committed relationship. There is a bit of a difference, but when you're in marriage, you still want to engage with your fifth house because you want to give and receive love, you know. But the fifth house is the romantic life, and they have Scorpio. They're the most intense sign. So Cancers, if you have strong Cancer, they'll be known that they'll have intense ups and downs. Scorpio, intense, you know, experiences through their love life, you know, and they also, their relationship with children can be very obsessive because fifth house rules to your children as well. Scorpio is the most obsessive sign, and even controlling. And that's why they're known that Cancers with children, they can be overly obsessive and overly protective and overly, you know, kind of a controlling somehow. But the Scorpio wants to control. Scorpio obsesses. So Cancers was obsessed with their children very often. But also you can say that Scorpio is passionately involved in anything. So there'll be passion. This is the, you know, instead of saying obsessed is to a high extreme, but whatever Scorpio does, it's not halfways. It's black or white. It's all in or all out. So they're passionately involved with the life of their children. Or if they have a fight with their child, or if things don't go, they can shut them out and they can cut them off, you know. And they can have like power struggles with their children as well. But that's only normal. Cancer is the most parental sign. But Scorpio rules power struggles, you know. It's more likely. They can be overly meddling with their children, because Scorpio overly meddles, wants to get to the bottom, to know, why is my child thinking like that? Oh, what does he smoke pot? Let me go through his Facebook. Let me go through his, you know, whatever. So they can be, because Scorpio wants to investigate, to research, to get to the bottom of everything. So they can be like that with their children and with their lovers, with the people they're dating. When they fall in love, they can become obsessive. They want to investigate, to research, to get to the bottom of, you know, how their lovers, what they're thinking, what are their motives, why they, you know, they'll be suspicious as well towards their lovers, suspicious towards the lovers, people they're in love with, basically, you know. But very devoted. Scorpio is the most devoted sign, and one of the most intensely loyal signs. So they'll be very intensely loyal in their love life to their children as well, even though meddling and trying to get to the bottom. And deeply emotional, Scorpio, deeply emotional and possessive in love. But they might not show it, because Scorpio does not show. Scorpio is a hidden sign as well. Scorpio is like an iceberg. He shows 10% and the other 90% is below the surface. Scorpio rules frozen water, ice. So they might not show it, but they're deeply possessive in love. When they're in love, you'll see people with strong Scorpios there, and deeply emotional. And Scorpio keeps feelings for a long time, keeps a hurt, keeps a grudge. If they're hurt, Cancers in love, they would keep a grudge. And you can translate it also, you know, to, sorry, I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, so that's why they can have a lot of intensity very often in their life. Of course, not all Cancers will be like that. Not all Cancer ascendant, not all Cancer moon. But my dad, I know for certain, he's deeply jealous when he's in love and with my mom. He might even become murderous a little bit. And my other brother, I remember his girlfriend who has Scorpio ascendant, there was a hole in his door, and I was like, what happened? He said, I kicked it because she was flirting with someone. I'm like, okay, whoa. He's such a sweet Pisces sun, and then he's ascendant in Cancer. That's why he acts in love relationships like the Scorpio energy. Okay. They can have penetrating, exploratory behaviors towards children and lovers, you know, because Scorpio penetrates, explores. But they can be very psychically sensitive towards children and towards their lovers. Someone says, Lada, that's why I started looking into astrology. was in love with someone and was trying to understand him through that, investigating. It's true, Scorpio rules astrology, because Scorpio is the ultimate, penetrating tool. And it's a cult. Scorpio rules occultism. So yes, you can get into astrology, Scorpio, and astrology is also Aquarius, but from its more scientific side. But yeah, you can get into occultism and psychology and astrology because of lovers and love relationships, especially if you have strong Cancer. Also, fifth house will describe what your children, especially the first child, will be like, because the fifth house becomes the ascendant, the physical body of the first child, or the personality as well. And the first child can be very penetrating, might be even literally a Scorpio, will be very muscularly strong often, because Scorpio has a kind of a good sturdy construction. And of course, if you had an abortion, I don't think it counts. You should look as the firstborn. I think it's the firstborn. I have to check here. But and by the way, they're more susceptible to abortions, because Scorpio rules abortions and sudden crisis situations. Fifth house is the child, so they might have, when the children, they might have. I'm not saying your child will die. Don't think that at all. You need to have like really bad planets here in the fifth house, or with the Lord of the fifth house, to have a child die. But Scorpio, there might be an abortion, for example. Because Scorpio is sudden crisis and spontaneous. It might be spontaneous or whatever, but my dad, he's had 4 abortions, not him, and he lost a child as well, because his Mars that rules Scorpio is highly, one of my brothers died, so for my dad it happened, but not for my brother. His Mars and the Scorpio in his horoscope is really well, but his first child is super sexual. I mean, his first child was 5 years old, because usually it's the firstborn, the fifth house, and I'll try and put him to bed, and the moment I start falling asleep, he would put his hand on my breast, or he would try to kiss me while I'm asleep. And I'm like, oh my God, does he realize what he's doing? Oh, he was. So first child will be intense, sexual, scorpionic, and for my father, his first child was my brother, who is also like that. And they had a lot of power struggles while they were while my brother was growing up. There was lots of power struggles with the father, and my dad is the Cancer people, and so his child is Scorpio. Anyway, and now that my dad still has a lot of power struggles with his children. With me, we go on war together, but we still love him, and he's deeply passionate and committed to us. But he would poke us almost like with a sting. He would sting us like Scorpio. Anyway, okay, they might stay private and secretive about the life of their children or about their love life. And, this is protective. Cancers basically will be more protective, more hidden about their love life, or might even have secret love life. But look, Scorpio, the fifth house, they're both ruled by Mars. In traditional astrology, the fifth and the 10th house are both ruled by Mars. So the meaning of those 2 houses can merge. Fifth house is also creativity. And by the way, Cancer, that's why they're so passionately creative, because Scorpio rules them. They can put Scorpio and Aries both have a lot of energy because they're ruled by by Mars, and Mars is the planet of energy. So wherever you have Mars and whatever you have Scorpio and Aries, you can put a lot of energy in that area of your life. So Cancers can put a lot of energy in their children, into their love affairs, into their creative pursuits, having fun and stuff like that. And they're extremely passionate about their creative pursuits. And Scorpio and Cancers can have careers and vocations that are creative, that are something to do with drama, with art, with children. Fifth house is children. They can have careers. Many Cancers, that's why, can have careers that they're either creative or that they're in some way connected to children or to center stage roles of some sort. Fifth house rules center stage roles. And they can put a lot of energy into that. Okay. Can't let go of trauma if emotionally hurt. Scorpio does not let go of trauma, does not forget. I mentioned that. If emotionally hurt in love. And also if they hurt by their children, they take it so deeply. They find it hard even to forgive. Okay. releasing sexual feelings through Scorpio, sexual feelings, sexual intensity. And fifth house is your hobbies and sports that you do. How, if they feel sexually frustrated, they have to release it through sport. And they can be very sexual with their partners. When they're in love, Cancers can be like, you'll be surprised. They'll be like little sex fiends, when they stop being in love with you, you'd find out they can turn more into the seventh house. You're partnering just for security. But while they're in love, the sexuality comes out. And if they're not having this being in love, they should do sports too. Fifth house is sports or sex sports, whatever. And up to creative projects. Fifth house rules creative projects of some sort, so they're good to do some creative hobbies that are connected to Scorpio as well. And that can be astrology, the occult. They can have how they have fun and what they enjoy doing, kind of like hobby and sport can be very Scorpionic, which is, occult, mysteries, psychology can become their hobby and fun, astrology and stuff like that. And physical stuff. Scorpio is quite physical. And art therapy, because fifth house is creativity and Scorpio rules therapy. So they can be great as a career, even to be in some field, which is art. Scorpio is deep healing. When we take all about Scorpio, see how Scorpio rules lots of different things. Scorpio rules trauma, but also healing from trauma. And Cancers can be hurt traumatically in love life. They can find it like such a big wounding in their love life, but at the same time, they have great regenerative abilities, Scorpio's regenerative abilities to heal from trauma in love and to help others heal from trauma in love. And not only that, but they have a tremendous ability to help others heal through something creative, artistic, so they can be involved in therapies, Scorpio, that are creative or artistic of some sort, or therapies for children. Fifth house is children, or art therapists, or therapists for love life of some sort. Okay. And they can release sexual feelings through creative projects or sports. Wants to test the love interest. I told you, whatever Scorpios, they'll test. They can do little tests to their love interest. You see, that's why I've seen Cancers that they'll be more careful with their love lives, because they know they feel so passionately and intensely when they're in love. They're careful because traumas can happen there for them, because they've had Scorpios where you have lots of reversals, lots of the highest of the highest, the lowest of the lowest, the exaltations, and what is that called? Like total high, being in heaven, being in hell. So they know, and that's why they'll, when it comes later to the lovers and love life, they'll first want to test you. They'll first want to, oh yes, someone says, hypnosis. They can be, Scorpios hypnosis. They can be good at child psychology, for example, Scorpio psychology, careers that are connected to healing love, hurt feelings through hypnosis, or children through hypnosis of some sort. Anyway, so yeah, because they experience those deep, intense, highest, lowest in relationship, in love, they will tend to test the partner. And of course, they're attracted to people that are quite emotionally complicated, quite deep. They don't like superficial relationships. They don't find sexy or attractive, because the fifth house is what you fall in love with, what you're passionate about. They don't find superficial people, unless they have Venus in Gemini, can bring a bit more lightness to them, in their relationships. But usually Cancers are deep. They're attracted to deep people. Complicated. Emotionally complicated. And they can have with loved ones, children, death or near-death experience with loved ones. We talked about that, but it has to be pretty bad, the fifth house, to lead to that most intense, manifestation. Okay. And their hobbies, they can be more private as well. They can be done in privacy, Scorpio. They can be more private about those hobbies. Um, Extreme dramatic experiences through love and romance, and big transformations. I forgot to say, wherever you have Scorpio, you go through the biggest transformations. The biggest transformations through Cancer comes through their children, of course. If you want to totally transform your character, totally transform your life, you go to whatever Scorpio is in your horoscope. So for Cancer, this is their children and their love life. Okay, guys, taking 5 minutes break, 2-3 minutes break, and we'll come back to continue with Cancer through the sixth house. Well, we'll try to wrap it up within 4.5 hours. So see you in a little bit. Oh. I'm thinking about you. Okay, and we're back. So, and yes, I forgot to say about the fifth house. So they can go through traumatic experiences, through children and love life, but at the same time, it's their healing. The deepest healing that happens for them and regeneration is through their children as well, and through their, and they can be a big transformation in their love life, even if it started negative. It can be transformed in a powerful way, and they can have a lot of healing through their love life. Okay, and through some artistic, creative, therapeutic means, or creativity can be very therapeutic and healing for them. Then the sixth house of Cancer. Okay, sixth house for Cancer is ruled by Sagittarius, and the sixth house shows where you can have some health problems. So another area for Cancers that sometimes is seen to be affected is ruled by Sagittarius, which rules they have to be careful with their liver as Cancers, because Sagittarius rules the liver, and also the thighs, the legs till the knee, basically. They can have some injuries there or stuff, because sixth house shows where there can be some, some hurting somehow. And the sciatic nerve, I think, is Sagittarius as well. But usually they have to make sure that they eat clean, so their liver is clean as well, not to get fatty liver or something like that. Sixth house is also our enemies. This is, ancient astrology says sixth house is something that we don't jibe well together with. And Sagittarius is a very positive sign. And it means that they rarely have serious enemies in their life, unless there are some difficult planets there, or the ruler of the sixth house is badly aspected in some way. But Sagittarius, because it's a positive sign, they usually would not have some big arch enemies of some sort, And this sixth house is how you try to resolve conflict, interestingly enough. And any situations of argument, of conflict, and they'll try to look at it more philosophically, like Sagittarius. Instead of trying to, they'll defend, but they'll not try to go and look for conflict and for trouble themselves. They'll try to look more from the higher perspective. Sixth house is also your work. And Sagittarius is a sign of opportunities. So Cancers can have great opportunities in work. Interesting, that's, it's been noticed that they can be lucky somehow. And lucky when it comes to work. And the sign of prosperity, Sagittarius is prosperity, is in the house of work. So they can have prosperity through serving, through helping others. And they know that their luck comes by helping others. They know that their sixth house is helping others, serving those that are in less favorable conditions than us. Sixth house is those people that are lower on the social scale than us as well. Say if you're someone's boss, the sixth house will show how you're treating those that are your employees, your staff, your servants, whatever, So they'll be quite generous with such people. Sagittarius is a generous sign. They'll be, Sagittarius is a permissive sign as well. They're permissive with those that are lower on the social scale with them. They will not treat them crudely or roughly in some way. And good luck and prosperity and good karma, Sagittarius is the sign of good karma, comes to them when they help others. Sixth house is helping others, those that are less, whether they're in a difficult situation emotionally, whether they're poor, whether they're inflicted, victimized in some way. Cancers, they kind of intuitively know that their good karma, good luck comes overall in their life by helping those the less than them, that are in some kind of a conflictual situation in their life, And definitely Cancers, that they, the more you help others, the more luck and good karma comes to them. They are very open-minded, generous, and forgiving towards the poor, the vulnerable, the sick, and educated, those of lower social status class. the exploited, because Sagittarius is, generous, forgiving. That's why one of the kindness of Cancer, a lot of the kindness is due, and especially towards those vulnerable, sick, afflicted of some sort, or little, even, the sick, the poor, the illiterate, or those below them, people that work for them, they're kind to them. They're generous, they're forgiving. Okay, like to preach and teach, because Sagittarius is a sign of preaching, teaching, like to preach and teach, being on their high horse about diet, about nutrition. Sixth house rules nutrition, health, how you maintain your health. So that's why it rules, health routines of any sorts, anything to do with nutrition, with health. So they like to teach about those things. But sixth house is also your work environment, and with Sagittarius there, Sagittarius can be a bit more distracted sometimes. So in their work environment, they might be a little bit less, and keeping order in their own home, in their own environment, because sixth house is the house of Virgo, and Virgo is about order, is about having everything ordered. When it came to their thinking processes, they can be organized, because Virgo is there in the third house of some administrative and business tasks. But when it comes to their work environment or their home, it can be a bit messy, because Sagittarius does not pay attention to details. And there is interesting connection for Cancers between the ninth and the sixth house. And the ninth house is the house of teaching, preaching, just like Sagittarius, because, they're ruled by the same planet, Jupiter. The ninth house and the sixth house for Cancers are ruled, so they connect, they combine. And what it means is that they can have work, sixth house, that is connected to teaching, to preaching of some sort as well. Just like the 10th house is career and the 6th house is work, both correspond to what you can work. 6th house is usually employment, but they can be somehow employed to teach, to school in some sort. 9th house is teaching, Also, they can be very generous. 6th house is pets. They can be very generous, very with their pets as well. Sagittarius is generosity, can own even horses sometimes, because 6th house is what kind of animals you might own as a pet. Sagittarius rules horses. And I know that both my husband and my best friends, they didn't own horses, but they loved horses and they could ride horses, because 6th house is how we treat those below us, which is animals, on the scale of whatever it's below us. So they're very generous, very charitable as well. Sagittarius is a charitable sign, together with Pisces, that are ruled by Jupiter, the charitable planet. And sometimes 6th house also rules travels. They can have travels in foreign countries, but not so much, because it's a good planet that rules. Jupiter is a benefic planet, so it's not. I haven't seen that so much. Okay, so they like to teach, to expand the mind. Sagittarius expand the minds, to teach the poor, the sick, the vulnerable, to bring faith and optimism to the vulnerable, to the sick, to the lower classes, to the exploited. That's why Cancers is known as such caring sign, because they like to bring hope, to bring meaning. Sagittarius rules hope, meaning, teaching those that are less than, the animals or whatever, to be involved in charities with animals, with poor people, with vulnerable people, Okay, the exploited. And Sagittarius is where you find higher meaning in life. Where you find purpose in your life. And they have it in the 6th house. They find purpose and higher meaning in serving. Inspiration they find in service to others, in helping others, the 6th house, especially those below them. They find this gives meaning to their life, So you go to Sagittarius, if you're Cancer and you want to find something to inspire you, to give purpose in your life, Sagittarius, you have to go to Sagittarius to find purpose and meaning and to feel inspired. You go for Cancers, they have to turn to either animals, to pets, They have to turn to taking care of sick or poor, or helping those below them in some way. This is what will anchor them in having higher meaning. Okay, then we go to the 7th house of Cancer. That's their marriage. That's their business relationships. That's their business or personal partnerships, contractual partnerships. These are their long-term relationships. So what does it say for us? Capricorn is not an easy sign. Neither is Scorpio. Oh, they're having hard Cancers. The love life Scorpio, it's intense and passionate, and the committed relationship Capricorn, the other difficult sign. Usually, especially Capricorn ascendant people might have delays, because Capricorn delays whatever it's situated in regards to their marriage partner, in regards to their marriage. Actually, they're better off getting married after their first Saturn return at the age of 29. If they get married earlier, before that, usually the relationship can feel quite burdensome. Capricorn can feel quite karmic in a sense. Capricorn rules karma. But usually if they get married after 29, 30, they'll be in there for the long term, because Capricorn rules something that you're there for the long term, longevity. So it's kind of more rare for them to have divorces unless they got married a bit earlier in life. So the Saturn hasn't matured yet by then, which rules, Saturn rules their 7th house of marriage. Or they can also attract older partners that have some age difference with them, because Saturn rules older, more experienced, more mature. They're also drawn to partners, marriage partners, with people that are professionals. People, Capricorn rules people with status, that have achieved something, that have gained experience, maturity, that have gained the respect in some way, kind of professionals of some sort. And that's why Cancers often are seen to be drawn to people with good social status, with that have kind of stability. But unfortunately, sometimes their marriage partners, they can be like more distance between them, because Capricorn is a bit cold sign. They can be more either too busy with their work all the time, with their responsibilities. Capricorn rules responsibilities. Or their partners might be older, or they might be a bit colder sometimes. But usually the marriage life of Cancers improves with age, because wherever Capricorn is, it improves. So do their business partnerships. And they approach relationship cautiously again. Long-term Capricorn is a very cautious sign, is a very skeptical sign. You see how in relationships, again, they like to, Capricorn likes to test, just like Scorpio does. So they like to test the partner. They'll be cautious who they marry or who they go into business relationships. Cancer is also, Capricorn is security oriented and tries to control. So they might try also to control relationships, or their partners might be more controlling in a sense, but they try to more cautiously approach their relationships. And marriage is approach, how 7th house shows how you approach marriage. And they approach marriage and business partnerships and contracts with a profound sense of duty. Capricorn is duty, with a profound sense of responsibility. Marriage is not for fun just. Marriage is to create security, stability. Capricorn is to create status for them. Marriage would often bring them higher status, Capricorn. And they're very much worried with the respectability of the marriage. Respectability, and they approach it with responsibility, marriage with duty. And they usually attract respectable, mature, older spouses with higher social status, but might be distant, with limited affection sometimes. This can happen. Or intimacy. But, it's not always the case. There might be a planet there like Venus or whatever that changes things, or Saturn might be very well respected, so it's not always the case. They will respect, Saturn is respect contracts, agreements of any sort. They'll try to keep their words and their promises as well, because they have a deep sense of responsibility and duty, and they hurt. They get quickly punished if they break promises. Saturn is where karma comes and bites you very quickly, because Saturn is the hard taskmaster, Capricorn, through its ruler, Saturn. So when it comes to their relationships, they have to be careful not to break promises and stuff, because karma can come back very quickly, especially if they have Cancer ascendant, to a lesser degree Moon and Sun sign. Um, and they very quickly see the consequences of their transgressions in regards to marriage or business partnerships. And Saturn brings quickly back, what's that called? Like reap what you have sown, to see it. And they, when it comes to marriage, they would prefer more traditional, lawful marriage. Cancers, in most cases, are not ones just to live in a relationship like without marriage. They'd like to do it the old traditional way, which is Capricorn as well. And if a partner is not willing to give them the lawful way to marriage and in a relationship committed, they might suffer from that. It's not always the case. They can be in, like my best friend Rumi, Cancer. She has she's a Cancer sun, but in the 7th house from her ascendant, she has planets that make her, doesn't not to want to get married. But that's, we're talking generally here. Okay. And they want to do the old ways when it comes to marriage, Divorce, as I said, is usually uncommon since the status, since Saturn is a planet of endurance and Saturn rules the 7th house. And if divorce comes, it's usually early in life because Saturn matures later in life, in the second part of life, after 30, 35 onwards. But if they got married earlier, it might be when it comes. When it comes to any kind of court dealings, 7th house rules court dealings, being in the law of court and stuff, they should be more careful because Saturn can really prolong such things. If you have Cancer ascendant, to a lesser degree Sun or Moon, try to avoid being into such situations of court hearings and stuff because it can be drawn out. Saturn is long, prolonged. And usually contracts, agreeing on contracts, on agreements, on legal discussions of any sort is the 7th house. Business partnerships tend to be somehow tedious, somehow prolonged and difficult, but they will be lasting as well. They can feel like hard work, just like their long-term relationships often feel like hard work. They have to put the hard work there. But they don't give up. Capricorn on the 7th house does not give up when it comes to relationships. Okay. They have fears and reservations in opening themselves to another or letting another in closely for committed relationships. We know that. We mentioned that, how it is why Cancers are like that, because Capricorn rules their 7th house and Capricorn is more fearful because it wants things to be very stable. And when it comes to business partnership, they should partner also with older people, with more experienced people, more mature people. The spouse might be very hard worker. Capricorn works hard. Burdened with duties and responsibilities, might be a parental father figure as well, the partner. Because Capricorn is one of the signs that rules the father. Very parental somehow in their relationships. Either they approach the partner like that or the partner approaches them like that. Parental father figures. Or a professional spouse. The spouse might be using those Capricornian qualities in their career. Okay, and when it comes, the 7th house is the public and others overall. They can have a reserved attitude towards the public. That's why they can be a bit shy sometimes. Not in all cases, but because they're Capricorn, how you approach others is a cautious sign. Then we go to the 8th house for Cancers. The 8th house is in Aquarius. And 8th house, one of the meanings of it is how you die. I'm not supposed to talk about such things, but it's more often for Cancers to die quickly. Aquarius is a quick sign. It's not always the case. But there might be, especially if your ascendant is in Cancer, Aquarius is something that comes like unexpectedly. And it's painlessly, usually. Unless you have the Mars or Saturn or something to make it more painful, or to draw it out longer. If you have Saturn in the 8th house, draws it out longer. But usually quickly and unexpectedly. And let's not talk about death anymore. But usually the 8th house, how you go through crisis situation. how crisis situations come to you, it's because the 8th house is the house of Scorpio as well. So how they deal with trauma, with crisis. And because Aquarius is a very sudden sign, crisis can come up to them out of the blue, kind of almost unexpectedly. And they're, you know, kind of almost surprisingly, you know. And because of that, they can develop, because of traumatic crisis situations in their life, they can develop interest in Aquarius things. And Aquarius things can help them get out of it, of traumatic crisis situations. And Aquarius is the other sign that rules astrology, that rules metaphysical fields. So that's why Cancers can develop interest in metaphysical fields, in even astrology, you know, because it helps them, life after death, you know, interest in such things. It helps them go through crisis. It helps them understand it intellectually. When they're in a crisis, they want to understand it intellectually. Aquarius is intellectual sign. Okay, unexpected accidents are also more common because 8th house rules accidents that can happen. Or life reversals that happen. And Aquarius rules friendships, just like the 11th house. So they can also be unexpected reversals in life and death situations or crisis situations in the lives of their friends, or while they're with friends, something like a big reversal or change can happen. And that's very true for all my Cancer friends that I know. I'm not going to tell you stories because it's going to go very long, but I can tell you hundreds of stories. So unexpected accidents or life reversals can happen to their friends, Aquarius as well. And when they're in crisis, what will help them? Aquarius, friends. Going to Aquarius is getting intellectual understanding of something as well. Going to lectures to understand that. Aquarius is also talking it out with friends, you know, being surrounded by friends that help them through the dark periods in their life. 8th house is crisis, reversals, you know. Astrology can help them, speaking with friends, studies of ideologies, science, emerging themselves, and Aquarius helps you detach as well emotionally, and it can help them detach emotionally from crisis situations, understand it scientifically somehow. And also that's one good thing about Cancer, even though they're very emotional, sensitive sign, when it comes to big life crisis like death, births, and stuff like that, they can be very detached. They can develop detachment. And 8th house is also conception. So for them, conception of children can come suddenly, unexpectedly as well. You see, 8th house is not so bad as well. It's about our deepest healing. And therapeutic means for Cancer, other therapeutic means, as I said, one of them, because Scorpio and the 8th house, they have the same energy, is children and creativity and art. And the love, a good love affair, a good falling in love is very therapeutic for them. But also the 8th house will show what is very therapeutic and healing for Cancers. This can be Aquarius, like astrology. It can be friends. It can be even some kind of Aquarius rules alternative methods of healing, very progressive ones. It can be, for example, some kind of a electric fields. Aquarius rules electric fields of any sorts, you know. So if you want some deep healing, psychological, emotional, physical, research such new alternative methods ruled by Aquarius, something to do with electricity, with waves, you know, it can very much help. Okay, let's see, can be very, they can also, when they're going through a big life crisis, it really much helps them to join groups. Aquarius rules groups. Groups where they can discuss things like AA, or I don't know what those groups are called, but they're like bereavement groups or whatever, to divorce groups, to make them, helps them make sense to the group activity. Aquarius helps them go through such difficult situation. Okay, the 9th house for Cancer is ruled by Pisces. The 9th house is our beliefs. And as I said, also, whatever Sagittarius is what can bring us meaning, higher meaning. As we said, service to others, helping those weaker, poorer, really gives meaning to Cancer. Being of service, even if it's like working somehow, working normal job, being employed, that will give them a sense of meaning in life, just being of service there. But the 9th house also shows what we believe in. And it's interesting that Cancers in the house of religion and beliefs, it has the most spiritual sign, Pisces. So Cancer tends to be very spiritual people. Actually, their belief systems are not so much religious and structured. They're much more, their belief systems are much more universal, much more spiritual, much more mystical. They believe that also how you see God. They see God, we are all one. Often Cancer's belief system, ascendants and moon, would believe because Pisces is the sign of everything merging into one. Is of inclusiveness of everything. Is the primordial soup, so they believe that God, we're all one, that God is, how do they see God? Compassionate. Pisces is compassionate, forgiving, or the universe, or whatever it is. How do you perceive God? Like compassionate, loving universe. They have deep faith, those people. Even if they're not religious in a conventional sense, they can be more mystical, they can be more spiritual in their belief system. The inspiration and constellation of religion is easily accessible to Cancers. They have spiritual belief, as I said. They also tend to have childlike faith. Pisces is a very childlike sign. Childlike faith. They don't want proofs and stuff like that. Oh, I don't have to put my finger into the wounds of Jesus Christ to believe, And they love also religions that are religions of compassion, Piscean, like Christianity is, like Buddhism is, they're Piscean. That about compassion, turning the other cheek, about helping the weak, the vulnerable again. You see, Pisces and Virgo like to help the weak and the vulnerable. So in their belief systems, this is the kind of religions they'll be drawn to. They prefer to accept, Pisces does not question. They prefer to accept belief system with devotion. Pisces is very devotional sign, rather than questioning, rather than, butting heads. Of course, they might be their differences, according to planet's place, it can change that. You have Saturn there, you have very image of God as strict, and the universe as punishing, and eye for an eye. But definitely their belief system is self-sacrificing, about mysticism, philosophy. They accept philosophies and beliefs which support compassion, self-sacrifice, mysticism. They have the ninth house shows your morality. Their moral frame is compassionate, Pisces again. Believes in unity, all is one. Sometimes even they can use psychedelics, because Pisces is psychedelic influences, mind altering, for the purpose of for the purposes of religious experiences. And also Pisces rules angels, those, benevolent beings that protect us. So many Cancers might believe in angels, or even have experiences with such. And they often prefer a religion without rules, a belief system without rules. Pisces is without rules, that is all embracing, all accepting of everyone, that is all, yeah, Piscean, sorry. And they feel God. Pisces is a feeling sign. So Cancers, they don't just mentalize about God or theorize about God. They feel it. They have a deep connection, emotional, psychic connection to the higher worlds, the ninth house, through this Pisces connection there. Also, ninth house, if you had the book of Marina, she says ninth house is goals. I didn't know that, but I started thinking about it. Yes, because ninth house rules is naturally connected to Sagittarius, and Sagittarius has an arrow pointing towards the faraway future. So that would be your future goals that give you a purpose to wake up in the morning. And Pisces sometimes confused signs. So sometimes Cancers might not be so clear about their goals, because Pisces is about also creating fog or illusion, or they might have certain illusion that they have a certain goal, and it turns out that they don't follow through with it, or that they're not very that this kind of ideal, because ninth house is something you have as an ideal, as a goal for the future, they might be a bit either unclear about it, or they might be too idealistic when it comes to those things. Okay, and they might also, Pisces rules sleeping, that they might receive clues about the future, ninth house is the future, through their dreams. That's another combination. Now, Pisces is sleeping, ninth house is prophecy, so they can get prophetic dreams sometimes. And I know my best friend, um, Stella, another Cancer, very strong Cancer, Sun and Moon in Cancer. Before the big earthquake, two big earthquakes in Turkey, and Bulgaria is next to Turkey, and it shook us. She would wake up the night before that, and she would say, something's going to happen. I saw mothers and children dressed in white, crying, crying, crying. And after both times after this dream, there was a big earthquake with 20,000 people dead or something like that. But if you're Cancer, I'm not saying you're going to dream about earthquakes, but you can get messages from the invisible world, Pisces, in your dreams about the future, prophetic. Okay. The 10th house for Cancer is career, and it's in Aries. Well, you see, Cancers are not such wusses, guys. When it comes to career, they have a lot of energy. Mars, Aries is ruled by Mars. A lot of energy to put in their career. And usually they like to do it so they can secure the family, the stability of the family, the stability of their life, so they can vigorously pursue career. Whatever Aries is, we can put a lot of energy, we can vigorously pursue, we can, you know, put the long hours there physically. And that's why Cancers surprisingly will, and you see they also have success and luck with work, and then the other career house is the 10th house. They're very driven as well. And they can become leaders. Interestingly enough, Cancers can be powerful leaders, especially Cancer ascendant people. My dad was a leader, political leader. Aries is the leadership first, number one, you know. And they can be, especially in careers that they have to defend. Aries is a sign of war, of fight. So that's why often Cancers, you see them in careers where and Cancer wants to protect and defend, remember. And this wanting to protect and defend comes from Aries. Because Aries is the sign of the soldier. Aries is the sign of the warrior. And it's in the 10th house of their worldly actions. So the worldly actions, which we usually express through our career, that's why often Cancers will be found in situations or in careers, and their worldly actions or their reputation, how the world sees them, the 10th house. It doesn't have to be necessarily your career, but how the world sees you. So the world sees Cancers as people that are willing to fight and defend, Aries, that are strong when it comes to, and they might, you know, if you attack them, Aries is not gonna, their 10th house, so they have a reputation, like, that's why they don't have a weak reputation. They're strong, there is the strength there. And can turn basically, they can be in careers as well that are about, say, policing, military, defense careers in government of some sort as well, or in careers that are about innovation areas, that are about, or firefighters as well, something like that. Or they can be in careers that are Aries root, which is again, innovation, to do something for the first time, to innovate, you know. Sorry, I want to take, I don't know, maybe you hear the baby. I hope you're not hearing it because he's crying his head off. They have a lot of energy for social status, to build up, and Cancer, that's why they're so conscious of social status. They'll put a lot of energy to secure social status, stable social status. Aries puts energy, social status, and they can be very competitive in their career, you know. Aries is very competitive. And when they find the right vocation, because the 10th house is not only the work you're working, the 10th house is what your highest mission is here. When they find this highest mission, Cancers will go after it tirelessly. Aries will go after it and will make it happen, you know. So they might be even in competitive careers, can be leaders, initiating projects. If they're a boss of some sort, the 10th house shows what kind of boss you are. They can be very strong boss, they can very initiative boss that initiates with passion, with vigor. Entrepreneurial. Cancers have a, interestingly enough, strong desire for independence in their career. You know, because they're like this parental sign, this family sign, but they need, because Aries is very independent sign, they don't do well with if they have to be bossed too much by others. And usually if they have bosses, their bosses will be more Aries, like the 10th house. They'll be more they'll push them harder somehow, you know, and usually they're better off to be their own boss because they'll push themselves rather than have someone that is being like an Aries on top of you, you know, the more negative qualities of Aries. They can have like angry bosses, for example, more often than others. But also the 10th house is on the parental axis. So it can indicate what kind of one of the parents might have been quite bossy, might have been quite fiery, might angry in some way, or might have been in some of those Aries careers that we mentioned. And there might be short, independent, anxious career, innovation, engineering, engine propulsion, army, protection career, defensive careers, naval, pioneering fields, military defense career. It doesn't mean that all cancers will have those careers, but often they can achieve high positions in such careers because the 10th house is the highest you can achieve. They can achieve in such careers. Okay, and remember how the 10th house and the 5th house are connected, so they can also achieve high positions of authority in creative fields or fields of schooling. 5th house is working with children of some sort, so they can be like a great position for a schoolmaster or something like that, or a great position for someone that is leader, 10th house, Aries driven career through some creative field. Okay, then we go to the 11th house. And the 11th house is your friends and Cancers, and it has the most loyal sign, Taurus. Remember when we talked about Taurus is super loyal, it's fixed earth. So Cancers are very loyal to their friends. You know, they like to keep friendships for a long time. They are, Capricorn, Taurus is a very caring sign as well. It's a very caring, it's a very loving sign, so they'll be caring to their friends. And look, they're connected through Venus, so they would nurture their friends. 4th house, nurturing, parenting their friends. They would welcome their friends at their home. They would treat their friends like family, but they don't like big groups of friends most often. They would prefer a smaller group of friends that they can treat them like family. More familiar. Taurus is something familiar as well, something that is not radical and crazy. And they would often have attractive friends. Taurus is attractive, ruled by Venus. They would have even wealthy friends of some sort, land owning, property owning friends as well. They would, I said, they're loyal to the friends. And they demand the same long-lasting friendships. They demand the same loyalty from their friends. And they can have good old times with their friends. Venus is where you can enjoy a lot. They love to enjoy food, Taurus, sensual pleasures with their friends, you know, especially in more private environment because it's connected to the 4th house, which is more privacy. And they let their friends very close to the inner world. 4th house is your inner world, your sanctum, you know, they're the home, presented outwardly through your home, but spiritually through your soul. So they let their friends very close to their soul. And also Taurus is what you can make money from and what you can benefit in some way materially, tangibly. They can benefit through their friends materially and tangibly in some sort. And also 11th house is gains, remember, because it's the 2nd from the 10th, and the 2nd is connected to money, and the 10th is your vocation. So once they find their vocations, Cancers can be very gainful. Taurus is a gainful sign. You know, it's connected to money anyway. So they can make quite big money gainfully. And Venus rules Taurus, easy planet, attracts things. Once they find their purpose and their vocation, not if they just work somewhere to pay the bills, but once they find their higher purpose, vocationally, they can make lots of money. And they can also gain through 4th house things, through property, through real estate, through vehicles, through family. They can gain, they can be more gainful as well once there's family. They can be more gainful through lands, you know. So combining those two meanings can bring them Venus, money. Okay, And they also want their friendships to stay the same. They don't want their Taurus is staying the same. They don't want their friendships to change. They can join, 11th house is what kind of groups you can join. And they can join groups of art, foodie groups, foodies that love wine, tasting or whatever and stuff like that. You know, Venus, Taurus rules the senses. They can join environmentalist nature groups as well. This is the kind of stuff. If any group activities, what you look at Aquarius and you look at the 11th house, and Aquarius, what Cancers has the 8th house, therapeutic groups for crisis, and or groups that are connected to sensual pleasures, to enjoyments of life. Okay. But usually they would keep a tight, they would, you know, they would have smaller circle of friends because Venus rules also the 4th house, more private. Okay. And Taurus is also not the initiative sign, so they will not be the ones initiating friendships and stuff like that, you know, because Taurus is a feminine, female sign. It's a lazy sign as well. Then the next one is 12th house. The last house for Cancer is the 12th house is Gemini. Gemini falls in the 12th house. And by the way, I forgot to say, but the 12th house and the 3rd house are connected through Mercury. And even though they can sometimes be very good with details in their thinking processes, the thinking processes are connected to the 12th house. And the 12th house is losing, distraction, being in a fog. So they can actually, Cancers can go from being very good with small details to being kind of Gemini, which is the sign of thinking as well, is in their 12th house, to being quite distracted in their own head. So there is like a bit of a mixed here, kind of a combination. And so they can be lost in their own, the thoughts, Gemini. And the 3rd house, and Gemini rules one's thoughts and one's mental health. So first of all, they can be warriors. They worry a lot. Virgo worries and nitpicks and is worried for the small details and is able to pay attention to detail. But at the same time, Gemini in the 12th house, it's like foggy, you know. So they can go from one extreme to another. And the 12th house, the Virgo, sorry, the 12th house has Gemini, so their thinking can be sometimes distracted, a bit fuzzy-woozy, you know, lacking clarity. And at other times when they focus, they can be very specific to details. But there is this combination that 3rd house with Virgo, worry sign, 12th house with Gemini, Gemini is the thinking, and the 12th house is fears, ungrounded fears. So they in their mental health, they have to be more careful because there is a propensity for some kind of either too much worry or too much fears that are coming from the subconscious, because both the 3rd house and Gemini that are connected to thinking are in the 12th house, are, you know, connected to Virgo and to the 12th house. But on another level, the 12th house means how you can relax, how you can disconnect from responsibilities and duties. It's your meditation, it's your sleep, it's your quiet time when you're trying to stop your mind and to relax and to gain a state of deeper relaxation. And for them, it might be a little bit hard. So how do they, because Virgo, the Gemini is a very chatty sign. It's a very moving sign. It moves, it communicates. So they relax best by chatting, by communicating, you know, by maybe reading a book when they're trying to fall asleep. As a Cancer, 12th house falling asleep. As a Cancer, if you have strong Cancer, go and read the book. You know, 12th house is reading. Write a journal as well. It will help you relax. It will help you unwind. Gemini is walking. Remember, we talked, if whoever took the Gemini class, Gemini rules walking. So they would go for a walk or read a bit. Try not to, Gemini also rules social media. Maybe that can relax you, but it usually will engage the mind more. But yeah, and having a chat, having a walk, They can, it's funny, sometimes I've seen people with Cancer ascendant that they can talk in their sleep. Gemini is talking and even walking in their sleep, you know. It's not necessarily for everyone, but sometimes it can play out like that. Uh, okay, can better relax through mantra. If you want to meditate, it might be hard for Cancer unless they do it through some kind of a Gemini medium. 12 house is our meditation. Gemini medium is words, mantra. Repeat a mantra. When you can't calm down your mind and you're trying to fall asleep or to relax, get a mantra and repeat it. Get something meaningful, a beautiful word and repeat it. That can help you relax. Okay. Incessant. And that's one another thing. 12th house is the past, you know, because it's the last house. It rules past lifetimes, you know. And Gemini is what you think about. And Cancers think a lot about the past. Because Gemini is your thinking process, what you're thinking, writing about, speaking about. And in the 12th house is the past. So Cancers, that's why you'd often see that a lot of Cancers speak and write a lot about the past. Nostalgic, going back, their thoughts keep going back to the past. Because 12th house rules the past. Also, the connection between the 12th and the third house is communication, 12th house is private and hidden. Cancers often have very private, hidden communication. Because 12, another meaning of the 12th house is something hidden. And also, third house rules trips, short trips. 12th house rules foreign countries. Cancers can have short trips in foreign countries more often than other people. You know, they might be connected to the home a lot, but there is already, just being Cancer sun or Cancer ascendant, it can allow you, because there is the 12th house is foreign countries, third house is short trips, to travel to foreign countries in short trips. Okay. They can also read, speak, talk a lot about the invisible worlds, the 12th house, about the past, 12th house again, about mystical things. You know, whatever you talk, speak, write about. And third house is also siblings. 12th house is loss. They can have some loss through siblings or loss of siblings sometimes. That's in more extreme cases, you know. But anyway, that's the 12 houses from Cancer. You see how much we gained from this. Aries being in the 10th house cusp, Aries being ruling the 10th house. Well, Cancers can be toughest in their worldly actions. Their reputation can be of strong people as well, of defenders, of protectors, because of this Aries in the 10th house. You see how you can understand a lot of the sign just from looking how holographically it contains the other 11 signs. Okay, so now we're going to go through Cancer. If you happen to have Cancer in any house cusp. So you might not be Cancer at all, like me. I'm not Cancer, I have nothing in Cancer, but you have Cancer somewhere in your horoscope, holographically, like we looked at it now. Like, you have to look at it from your sun, from your moon, and from your ascendant. Start from the ascendant. The ascendant is the most important. It will be the one that manifests most powerfully in your life. And I also look from the sun, just like I'm Aries sun, so Cancer will be in my 4th house from the sun. But I'm Aquarius ascendant, so Cancer is in the 6th house from my ascendant. And the ascendant, I would look at the ascendant, and also I would look at house cusps. I don't know if maybe a lot of you, I showed you already. I'll show you again how to look at house cusps. But in just a second, you can go to my birth chart calculator. I'll give you a link there to check where you have Cancer on the house cusp. And also listen when I'm talking, I'll be saying now Gemini. If you have Gemini ascendant or sun, Cancer will be in your 2nd house. But also check if you have Cancer somewhere on a house cusp. So let me share my screen with you to show you how to do that. Whoops. So go to the birth chart and transits. And when we do a webinar on houses, I would explain why there is some differences in houses. Let me give you the link. Oh, thank you, Dolia. Dolia says the webinar is really worth the money. Thank you. Okay, so where is it? So you go and you enter your name, whatever, and let's see. We'll put USA, New York, just randomly. You put your own details. Then you make sure that you choose the right place. New York, because there are many New Yorks. Say I'll put Florida, whatever. And this is the chart that is generated. So go to the house cusp. It says it's house cusp, it's misspelled, it's Hughes cusp here. Go to here, you see house cusp details, and find out where is Cancer. Cancer, this person has it on the sixth house cusp is Cancer. And if you can see it, oh, this person has whatever this person is, Aquarius ascendant. And we count houses, always the first house is here. We count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they'll have Cancer in the sixth house from the ascendant. But from the sun, here is the sun. This person is Pisces sun. They'll have Cancer in the fifth house. So we count starting from Pisces because the sun is in Pisces. SU means the sun. We go 1. We always start with the first sign. We count it as 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Cancer, you see, CN, SN, ABC, no, CN, Cancer, it means Cancer. It's in the fifth house from the sun of this person and in the sixth house from the ascendant of this person. So check both. Check from your sun sign and from your, or even you can check from the moon sign. This person has moon in Gemini, so Cancer is in the second sign or second house from the moon. But always the one that is most tangibly manifested in the life of the person is through the ascendant. Through the sun and the moon, it might be more psychologically manifested. It still can, and it can trickle down from psychological to tangible as well. Okay, so let's go back. Yes, and you can have Cancer on 2 house cusps. Check both, you know, like you can have Cancer on 5th and 6th house cusp. Listen to both, but give more importance to the one that is actually in the same sign as counted from the ascendant as well. This will be like double influence of Cancer because it corresponds both to the house cusp and to the sign from the ascendant. Okay, let me see. What am I doing? Here it is. Stop. Yeah. Okay. So Cancer in the, and let me tell you first, whatever Cancer falls in your horoscope, you'll be more sensitive there. You know, Cancer is very sensitive. You'll be more emotional there. You'd react out of emotions and you take actions out of emotions. More intuitive. You'd also have a stronger intuition in respect to that area of your life. Like with me, Cancer in the 6th house, I am very sensitive health-wise and I'll be very intuitive. When something goes wrong with my health, I intuitively know what foods to eat and how to fix my health. You know, often people that have Cancer in the 6th house, and the more they learn to trust the intuition, the more like they'll always find the right supplements, the right things. You know, if Cancer is on your 6th house, you'll be more intuitive. You'll be you act more from the heart rather than from the mind in that area of your house, of your life. You prefer familiar things. There'll be rhythmical ebbs and flows in your life there. Like if Cancer is in your 6th house, it will be with your health, rhythmical good and bad times. Or if it's in your 2nd house, Cancer, you'll be, you know, if Cancer falls in your 2nd house, just like for Gemini ascendant, Gemini sun and moon people, this will be your finances. They'll be fluctuating, but cyclical. Where they'll know that if it finishes now, it will come back again. Okay, and there will be also natural instinct, natural intuition there. You'll be very defensive and protective, whatever Cancer is in your horoscope. You'd be also very maternal, parental there. And you'd initiate changes out of emotional feelings. So when Cancer is on your 2nd house cusp, if you saw it on the 2nd house cusp, or if you're a Gemini, then Cancer becomes the second sign from your sun, or Gemini ascendant, then Cancer becomes the second sign from your sun. Then Cancer rules your money, the second house, your attitude to resources. And it means that people that have Cancer in the second house, because they'll be very sensitive. They what gives them Cancer is what gives you comfort, what gives you sense of security. So money and possessions will be something that they derive strong sense of security. You might be surprised because Geminis have Cancer in the second house, you know, but for Gemini, it's very important to feel emotionally stable, which is what Cancer is: emotional stability, emotional security, emotional health. It's very important for them to have secure financial stability, you know, and also they would have like, remember that the second house also represents the environment somehow and the heritage of your family. And when Cancer is there, they might have had more nurturing, more traditional family, more, which is very Cancer-like, more sympathetic family, of qualities of the lineage overall, you know. There might have been a family that is landowners of some sort as well. And you also judge for the family from the fourth house. And the values, that what do people with Cancer on the second house value? Because second house is what we value. They value the hometown, the local area. That's why Gemini is often known that they love the local area, the local neighborhood, you know. Gemini is known like for, when we took the Gemini, all about Gemini, remember we talked how Cancer being on the second house because makes them value the local environment, the local, you know, because Cancer rules those local things. The local traditions, Geminis would respect them, you know. And though people with Cancer in the second house is food, Cancer is emotions. They might have emotionally based food issues. When the emotions, Cancer is out of balance or something, they might start eating or stop eating. And you notice often Gemini, people with strong Gemini or Gemini ascendant or Cancer on the second house, because you might, for example, be Taurus and have Cancer on the second house cast. Sometimes it happens. Taurus ascendant, you know, according to the unequal house cast. But if you have Cancer on the second house cast, or have Gemini ascendant, so you can have problem, emotional food problem, basically. Second house, eating, Cancer, emotions. Finances is the second house, and Cancer ebbs and flows, so it will fluctuate with people that have Cancer on the second house, but they should not worry, because Cancer is very fertile sign. Is very, remember, it gives birth to new things, because Cancer rules the mother, so they'll be very nurturing and caring towards their resources. They'll take good care of their resources. They'll take good care of their possessions. They'll not trifle them around if you have Cancer on the second house. They'll be protective and defensive of their resources, which is Cancer. But also there are fluctuations in their resources and their money. But they should not fear, because, you know, just like there are high tides and low tides, after the low tide, inevitably a high tide will come as well. So so it will be like that. So it's best, and they learn to, when it's a good time financially, to save, because Cancer is a sign that saves, that protects, you know, to hoard. You know? So they learn to save when it's good, fertile times financially in their life, resources and stuff. If you have Cancer in your second house, you know, and then when it becomes a bit dry or more stale, they have those resources. So that's their best approach to resources. If you have Cancer on the second house cast, you know, save for rainy day. You will have very sunny days there as well, but it will be always like seasons changing. Like Cancer is, you know, Cancer rules this rhythmical change. So you'll have winter, spring, summer, autumn, you know. So this is your approach to money and to possessions, and they're protective, caring, protect them, care them, reserve them. The attitude to food and to money is emotional, and ebbs and flows, you know. They're very sensitive to matters of money and possessions. They're very sensitive and protective to matters of will tend to possess traditional home and family values, because Cancer rules home, and second house is values, who have a tendency to hoard, I said, and that's a good thing for them to do. If they don't do it, they have to go with the flow then. They have intuitive approach to acquisition, almost like it comes from the mother's milk, that they were nursed with that they have intuitively. If you have Cancer on the second house cast, you can intuitively realize where the money is. Listen to your intuition, and what to do with your money when you have them, where to invest them, how to manage them. You intuitively rather than rationally will have a good knowledge what to do with those things. They care affectionately, because Cancer is caring affectionately for their material goods. Protect them. Emotional drive to accumulate for the future. Emotional Cancer drive to accumulate for second house. For them, material goods and possessions equate emotional security, Cancer. And if they're feeling out of sorts emotionally, you go to Cancer to balance yourself emotionally. So if you have Cancer in the second house, go and eat some soothing food, count your money, buy something, acquire something acquisitive that can soothe you as well. But material goods equals emotional stability and peace of mind for them. And that's why they're very natural business people, intuitive business people when it comes to resources and money. And that's why Gemini, often you'd see they're very good business people, even if sometimes logically they don't know how they make it, how did they make the right investment or whatever. They would often, Geminis, because they have Cancer on the second house cast, they would they can, they would intuitively know what to do with their money. And also you can make money through your property, Cancer on your second house cast, from property, real estate in some way. And as you know, also real estate always has fluctuations. And real estate is one thing that it will go down, but if you wait enough years, it will come up. And because it's ruled by Cancer, real estate, Cancer rules those, the tides, the moon, and that's why real estate always, even if your property loses value now, wait a few years, it will come back again. Or even if it's at the highest now, that it will come down as well. Cyclical. But these people can make money from real estate. And also, once they have family, because Cancer is family, it will activate their acquisitive nature. So you'd say like, oh, I know many Geminis that don't care about money, or they're not sensitive about money, or they don't accumulate. Well, the moment they have family, or even if you're not Gemini, Sun or Ascendant, if you have Cancer in your second house cast, if you want to know when you have more money, and you see Cancer on the second house cast, when you settle down, when you have a family, it will activate, trigger your money accumulating skills, so to speak. And when you have a family, you naturally become more intuitive, if you have Cancer in the second house, about money as well, about what to do with your resources. And also they'll be attached emotionally to possessions and money. Emotional attachment to possession and money. And by the way, if you have whatever Cancer is in your horoscope, it will also give some information about your mom. People with Cancer in the first house, their mom might have been quite athletic, because Cancer is the ascendant, first house. Their mom is very influential in their life. If you have Cancer on the first house, so Cancer ascendant, mom becomes, and family is very influential in their life. Mom might have been competitive. Or if you have the moon in the first house, when we do a webinar about planets and houses, you'll see that people that have moon on the ascendant, the first house is you, how their mom was how they're super influenced in their life from their mom. But if you have Cancer as well on the first house, and the mom is described by the first house, because Cancer is on the first house, competitive, athletic, active. If the Cancer is on the second house cast, the mom very often might have been someone who is acquisitive, someone who cooks well. Second house is food. Someone who is in some career that is with food, or someone who is whose mom is who likes to gather stuff, to collect stuff, to possess things. She has acquisitive nature of owning things. Okay, and some kind of traditional mother as well. Second house is traditional. Okay, Cancer on the third house. usually it's Taurus ascendant or Taurus sun people, or anyone who has Cancer on the third house cusp. These people, third house is your siblings. They'll be attached emotionally. They'll be attached emotionally to their siblings. They might parent their siblings, or their siblings might parent them, or they might have siblings that are Cancer. Rumi is Cancer, my friend, and her sister is Taurus ascendant and Taurus moon. So Cancer falls in her third house. So her sister is Cancer, the sister who has Cancer in the third house of siblings is mothering her. She's telling her what to do, and she's trying to mother her, you know. And often there is this mother-parent relationships between you and your siblings if you have Cancer on the third house, and strong emotional attachment as well. And you know, and strong emotional attachment, Cancer, strong emotional attachment to relatives, to cousins as well. The third house rules relatives, cousins, siblings, to co-workers, teammates, playmates, people like your schoolmates from school. Strong emotional attachments. You might get in touch with them even if time has passed. If you have Cancer on the third house cusp, you might want to be in touch with old friends from the past, because third house is also one of the houses of friendships, but more like people from your high school, your flatmates, your teammates, your people from that you work, that you meet on an everyday basis, that you didn't choose to be your friends, but because you work with them, or because they're your siblings, your neighbors, you develop sibling-like relationships with those people that you develop sibling-like relationships. And usually, you know, if you're at work, you didn't choose to be friends with those people, but just like you didn't choose to be siblings with someone. But third house rules such relationships that because they're in our environment, we become friends with them. So Tauruses, or people with Cancer on the third house cusp, will have this kind of very maternal, protective, parental relationships with siblings and people like that from their environments. They'll defend them, they'll protect them as well, those teammates, playmates, they'll stand up for them, you know. The third house is the mental health, because it rules the mind. And Cancer fluctuates a lot. So people with Cancer on the third house cusp, and even the Taurus, you know, Taurus ascendant moon, can have fluctuations in their mental health, you know, and that's why they have to be more careful. And what can suit their mental health is living by water and stuff like that. But, you know, if their mind is too busy, or it's too, they have also emotional thinking processes. People with Cancer in the third house, their communications are strongly influenced by their moods. So at one moment they can be really sweet with you, and the next moment and tell you some nice thing, and in the next moment, if they're stroppy, they can withdraw, become quiet, or because their communications fluctuate like Cancer, and very mood based, and they're very sensitive to words. Third house is word speaking. So people with Cancer in the third house, or Taurus usually, will be very sensitive to your words, to what you say to them. In communication, they're receptive. They're good listeners, because third house is how you speak and listen. And Cancer is very receptive, just like the moon reflects the light of the sun and is very receptive, you know. So is Cancer, the sign that is ruled by the moon. So Cancer is receptive, so they'll be very sensitive and receptive to words, to good listeners. So Taurus, often they can be, you know, caring friends and in good to communicate, to cry on their shoulder, because they'll listen to you. Of course, if you happen to have Mars in the third house, you'd be the one trying to talk more than listen. You know, they're always, it can be moderated. The planet overpowers a sign. Receptive, good listeners, sympathetic listeners, because Cancer is sympathetic, can easily be influenced by the words of others, because Cancer is easily influenced, you know. Cancer is receptive, it absorbs, because it's ruled by water. In conversation can show maternal, caring qualities. How do they learn is the third house. You learn, if you have Cancer in the third house, by absorption. They might have problem actually keeping focus for a long time, because Cancer changes, just like the moon changes all the time. So their mind might find it hard to focus for long periods of times on one subject or matter or conversation. So they might start getting more distracted or start thinking of something and feeling something, so they get distracted in some way. But they would learn better if they have emotional connection to the teacher, for example, or if they have emotional connection, Cancer, to the subjects they're learning. If they're emotional, if it's something that they're personally emotionally invested in, they would learn better. If not, it's hard to keep the attention of a third house Cancer sign. You know, they need to have personal connection, personal attunement, personal interest in something to learn it, because third house is how we learn things. And they learn by absorption, inability to concentrate sometimes, and third house rules the hands. And by the way, Cancer is very sensitive sign. So the hands of those people can be very sensitive. And Cancer is a healing sign as well. So the hands of those people are very sensitive, and that's why very often Taurus ascendant, Taurus sun moon people can have healing hand touch. When they touch, they can be in careers that are masseuse therapists, you know, sensitivity, because masseuse, they need to have a sensitive touch. They can be hairstylists, people that work with their hands to do something with, because they have sensitive hands. They almost intuitively know what to do with their hands. People that work with their hands in some way, whether it's some crafts, or whether it's a hairstylist, or whether it's a masseur, or whether it's a hands-on healer, or whether it's a dentist, because dentist also works with their hands. They can be a good dentist with this, Cancer there, because it makes their hands sensitive and receptive, almost like they know intuitively what to do. You know, and that's why Taurus people are known to be also good as dentists and hairstylers and massage therapists, you know, or makeup artists of some sort. First of all, Taurus, remember, is a sign of beauty, so they're naturally attuned to that. And then their hands are sensitive because Cancer rules the third house, so it gives them emotional intelligence. Oh, Cancer rules emotional intelligence, that comes from here. It's reading people's feelings, you know. So whatever Cancer is in our horoscope will have emotional intelligence about it. Just like Cancer in the second house, you have emotional intelligence about resources and possessions. Cancer sun, moon, or ascendant, very emotionally intelligent in most cases. That's why they're also good in business, Cancers, because in business it's not all about the bills. It's not all about calculating investments and stuff. In business is to have the emotional intelligence and intuition. Anyway, the mind of Cancer third house ebbs and flows. It's difficult to concentrate with study sometimes. They can learn through intuitive channeling somehow, by sitting there, by absorbing it, or they can learn by some kind of rhythmic repetition. So if you have Cancer on the third house, just like the oceans, do something like chanting or singing, some rhythmic repetition, or move forward and backwards to have some flow, and then you can learn easier if you have Cancer on the third house. Okay. Talks. Third house is what you talk about. So people with Cancer and what you think about often. People with Cancer on the third house will often talk and speak and write. They can even write books about family, about gardening, about homes, about properties, or they can be talking and speaking a lot about their family, their home. And that's why Tauruses, people with Taurus that have Cancer in the third house, basically, often talk and speak about family. They're very family oriented. They feel about belonging, about the mom. They can talk a lot about their mom. You know, they can think a lot about their mom. They can chat to their mom very often. They can speak to their mom when they feel emotionally out of sorts, because Cancer rules the emotions. They can go and chat to their family or something like that, speak with them, write to them, to feel themselves better. They receive emotional satisfaction, because Cancer is the sign of where you receive emotional satisfaction is derived from talking. So when they're feeling down, walk, talk, write, journal. Third house is writing, speaking, talking, journaling. So if you have Cancer on the third house, cusp, if your mind is out of sorts, or if you're emotional, Cancer, if you're being emotional of some sort, go walk, go talk, go journal. And for these people to understand their feelings better, Cancer, it's good for them to journal, third house, write, or to speak about their feelings with someone. It will help them. Most of their communication is centered on their needs. And because Cancer rules one's needs. What are your emotional needs? So a lot of their communication, if you have Cancer around that, will be centered on that. And you see that on Taurus people. Okay. If you have Cancer on the fourth house cusp, it means that your home and also family and the mom, very likely one of the parents, was very mumsy, was very parental, very protective, very caring. Often Aries, if you have strong Aries in your horoscope, Cancer falls in the fourth sign from Aries. So if you have, Aries ascendant, Aries moon, Aries sun, but again to a lesser degree. You often had one parent that was quite traditional, Cancer-like, quite mumsy, quite caring, quite nurturing, protective of you. I have a strong Aries, and that's definitely true for my mom. More traditional sometimes might have been a stay-at-home mom, or a mom that is in nursing, in caring, those Cancer careers, that is in preparing food, that is in careers that are about property, about, all Cancer careers connected to one of the parent might have been, not necessarily always the mother. It might have been the main, one of the parents that had the main nurturing role, and they had a very traditional nurturing role or career that was in water, in defense, in protection, in caring, in nursing. These people are very patriotic, because fourth house is the country. Cancer is the same as fourth house, so it's like double whammy. Cancer in their fourth house of origins, belonging, place of living. They're very patriotic about their country. I definitely am, as a strong Aries. And you'll be surprised how many Aries, because they have Cancer in the fourth house, what's in their heart, what's closest to their heart is the fourth house. Their family, their home is very close to their heart. Their country of origin is very close to their heart. They're willing to fight. Many Aries, you'll see that they're going in careers that they're willing to fight for the country because they love it so much. They'll go into military professions or whatever or defense or policing out of love for the homeland, But anyway, speaking about the personal family, patriotic defense, the country, the family, when Cancer is in the fourth house. Their home is their fortress. Mother is traditional, caring, nurturing, moody or sensitive. If the moon is afflicted in your horoscope, the planet that rules Cancer, and you have Cancer on the fourth house, the mom might have been a mental case, because when Cancer is upset, the planet that rules Cancer is upset, or if there is a difficult planet in Cancer, it can give mental health issues. Cancer is the sign of emotional happiness, and if you are out of emotional balance, it rules the soul, the heart, kind of. Cancer doesn't rule the heart, but rules this warm feeling in your stomach of being emotionally happy. And when something is wrong with Cancer in your horoscope, say there is a difficult planet in Cancer, Saturn or Mars, so say the moon is afflicted in your horoscope, then it can give mental disorders, big fluctuations emotionally, depressions, moods, and people that have Cancer on the fourth house, because if something is wrong with their family life, they're very sensitive to their family life. They're very sensitive to in the environment where they're living, and it can impact their whole emotional well-being if things are out of sorts there. So they really have to be careful, and that's why they're so protective of their personal life as well. They'll guard it as well, privately. And the fourth house is very private, but so is Cancer, so they can be very private about their feelings as well. And as parents, fourth house shows how you're going to create your own family. So they will create it, parenting, defending it protectively as well. If you have Cancer on the fourth house, because more traditional family. And no matter how crazy your other life is, no matter how you might be an astrologer, you might have been a Don Juan or a player, but once you have your own family, if you have Cancer on the fourth house cusp, and usually often that is for Aries, which Aries are wild, they do a lot of crazy wild things in their life, but once they settle down, they become very protective, very caring for the family. They often start teaching the old traditions of their family, of their previous family, to their new family. They go back to the old ways and like to do them traditionally. if there is a planet like Rahu, which is something foreign, or Uranus in Cancer there, for them, it's gonna change things. They're gonna be very unconventional. Okay. What they like, also fourth house, if you have Cancer, can indicate what you like to have around your house or where you like to live. Living around water for those people is very soothing. Whether it's an ocean, whether it's the sea, whether it's a river. And I seem to always end up living around ocean or sea somehow, even though I wasn't born like that. They feel at home, fourth house, near water, Cancer. They feel at home. If there's some, if they don't have something that they live close to water, put some water feature that flows like a fountain or something. Not stale one. This is not Cancer. Cancer has to have flows. Put some water feature in your home, and it will create more prosperity in your home. It will create more peace in your home. It will create more emotional peace for yourself, because on a deeper level, the fourth house is your own emotional stability. And you can create it in your home by incorporating Cancer things like water, seashells, stones at your home that are moonstones, or pearls at your home. You know, keep them, because this creates this. It will really center you emotionally if you have in your environment things ruled by Cancer. Also, Cancer means that your home might be, you have to have a property close to your parents, you know, close to your family of origin. I lived all my life in foreign, not all my life, but after 19 foreign places. But I love coming back to my home, and I'm gonna have a property in my place of birth. And my husband is horrified because he's like, oh my God, in Yambo, this town, there's nothing happening there. You want us to buy property there? I'm like, yes. It's an old, industrial town, but yes, I'm emotionally attached to my family. Cancer in the fourth sign from Sun, Moon, or Ascendant. But one of the parents might have been very moody, sensitive, caring. Also in their home, they might like vintage stuff or family heirlooms, or to display pictures. Cancer rules the old memories, pictures of your family, pictures of, and my whole house is with pictures of us, of my family, or pictures of your grandparents, or pictures of, the family heritage that you have. You can decorate your home like that. Vintage homes, fourth house is vehicles. They might like vintage vehicles as well, because Cancer is something old, something nostalgic from the past. They feel very comfortable, most comfortable at home. Or they might live in a historic area, because Cancer was something historic from the past, that carries the heritage of the past generation. So they might live in a building that is historical of some sort, or that has like historical features of some sort, nostalgic. Like I lived in a Victorian house or something. They love properties with character. Character is ruled by Cancer. Our character is the moon. The moon rules Cancer. So anywhere where you have Cancer in your horoscope, you'd like to have more character there. Not something extent, but something with that it's personal. Cancer is the opposite of impersonal. Impersonal, no. Your home has to be personal, to have like emotional connection to you. Okay. Emotionally needs to protect, care, nurture, and have family. Moods depend on the family situation. When emotionally down, should play with children or that's for the fifth house now. When emotionally down, go home, relax at home, Cancer, do something, talk to your parents, fourth house, Okay, Cancer on the fifth house. What is that? Well, that's usually Pisces. Pisces ascendant person will have Cancer in the fifth sign from the ascendant. Sun in Pisces, Moon in Pisces will have Cancer in the fifth house from ascendant. Or if you have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, this is also for you. Okay, if your children is the fifth house, so you can be very protective of your children. You can be very emotionally attached to your children. That's why Pisces is one of the signs known to love children as well. I don't know if you know people that are Pisces ascendant, Pisces moon. They love babies, they love children, because Cancer, the sign of what you're very attached to emotionally, is in their fifth house. They can be, when they're feeling emotionally down, and you have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, to balance yourself out, go play with children. Go Go, fifth house is also, go have an emotional conversation with your lover, or with the person that you love. Fifth house is who you love. Spend time with your children. It will rebalance you back, because whatever Cancer is, we need to rebalance our feelings, and we can rebalance them through the house there, fifth house. Do something creative to rebalance your feelings. If you're feeling moody, out of sorts, if you're emotionally down, which is what Cancer can do, and you have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, and your Pisces sun, moon, or ascendant, do something creative. That's why Pisces are so creative as well. This helps them center and balance their feelings. Cancer on the fifth house. Okay. Also, devoted. Cancer is very devoted to children. When you have Cancer in the fifth house, Pisces are very devoted to children. They can. They are very sensitive to the needs of children. Pisces, or people with Cancer on the fifth house, very sensitive, because Cancer is sensitivity, and to the needs of their lovers, to the needs of their loved ones. If they're no longer in love with their partner, they might not be so sensitive to their needs anymore, because then the relationship transfers into the seventh house. When you're not in love with your partner, when you're just living together for the sake of the partnership, then the seventh house will be Virgo, so you're not so receptive to the needs. But if you have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, you have emotional intelligence about what your children need, emotional intelligence. That's why Pisces is so intuitive with children, because Cancer rules their fifth house. That's why Pisces is so intuitive with lovers and so romantic, because Cancer rules their fifth house, because Cancer is what you need, your emotional needs. Pisces needs romance, because Pisces is ruled because Cancer rules your emotional needs, rules the fifth house of romance. So even in marriage, if you have Cancer in the fifth house, because to feel happy and emotionally stable, you need to have some romance. You need romance. Cancer in the fifth house, you need romantic experiences, emotional need for that. So if you're someone who has strong Pisces, or you have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, and you try to live with someone without being in love with them, and many people can do that. I've seen it, and they're okay, and they're happy. They live like friendship. It doesn't mean you hate your spouse. You live like friendship, and you're very happy. But if you have Cancer on the fifth house, because you need romance. It's not necessary that you need sex. You need your partner to be attuned to the person when you're in love, because you're very attuned to the feelings of your children, and to your lovers, or to your romantically, you're very attuned, and you need them to be attuned to your feelings as well. Okay. They feel emotionally satisfied, which is what Cancer is, when involved in some creative hobby. We said that. When involved in some creative, and this is also how we like to enjoy ourselves and have fun, and Cancer rules liquids. So they might like to drink. All water signs rule liquids. Like, that's why Pisces might like drinking. That's why Cancer sometimes might like drinking, because they also have liquid sign on the fifth house of how you like to have fun. That's why Scorpio might like drinking as well, because they have Pisces on their fifth house cusp. But anyway, and they also love hobbies, and fifth house is hobbies, entertainment, leisure time, hobbies that they can do from home, or water hobbies. Fifth house is what sports you can do for fun, not, and if you want to do something for a long time to enjoy it, out when people tell me what sport should I do, but I don't like working out, and I never stuck with other sports, and I want it to be fun. You go to the fifth house to see what sign is there on the fifth house cusp, to know what kind of fun this person to have, what kind of sport to recommend them, so they can have fun for longer. Like I told you, remember I have Gemini on my fifth house cusp, and Gemini rules walking and rules bicycling and anything that rolls, roller skating, and that's what I love doing, as a sport. You can't put me on the gym, it's just driving me mad. And if you have Cancer in the fifth house cusp, water sports. Cancer rules water sports, or do hikes with your family, go on hikes with your family of some sort, or Cancer is like swim, something like that. It's something that they can enjoy for longer. But once creativity will fluctuate, because fifth house is creativity, Cancer fluctuate, it will come in ebbs and flows. That's why people with strong Pisces, they cannot be forced to be creative now. No. you can. Cancer rules their fifth house. They can be creative when the feeling comes, basically. Uh, Relationship with children and romantic partners will also fluctuate because Cancer is this fluctuating sign. And remember what we said, that whatever Cancer is, you get some idea about the mother, because Cancer rules the mother naturally. And when Cancer is on the fifth house, often the mom might have, for example, worked with children or really put a lot of efforts into developing the creative talents, because fifth house is one's talents. So in developing the talents of her children, maybe she also played a lot with the children. Maybe she was working in some creative field herself. Maybe she was working in some kind of, or help the children develop their creative fun sign. Maybe the mom was quite proud. Fifth house is proud, bright, lively, actress, creative person. Not always the case, but one of the ways to look about the mom is the fourth house, the sign on the fourth house, because Cancer, what house Cancer falls in, and the moon. So you have 3 areas to look for the mom, basically all connected to Cancer. The sign Cancer, the fourth house, which is, connected to Cancer, which is because Cancer is the fourth sign, so the fourth house will be Cancer, and the moon rules Cancer. So analyzing those 3 things will give you details about the mom of a, so mom on the fifth house cusp might have, Cancer on the fifth house cusp, mom that is those fifth house kind activities. And of course, Cancer will show how you parent. And when it's on the fifth house cusp, you parent like fun. You do fun. You'd be a fun parent. You'd like to entertain your children, to have fun with them. You'll be overly protective as well, but you'd like to be fun. And children might be your hobby, Okay. Okay, but also you can treat lovers like you're their mom. Or you might attract lovers and people that you date who want to be parented, who want to be, Cancer is to parent, to nurture. So either you want to be, you parent your lovers. And how do you know someone is in love with you if they have Cancer on the fifth house cusp? How do you know? You know someone is in love because this fifth house, the Cancer will trigger in them. To find out if someone is in love with you, look at their Venus sign. If they're doing what their Venus sign requires, what their Venus sign is, it means they're in love. Or look at their fifth house cusp to see if they're doing the qualities of that sign or the planet that is there. And if you have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, someone is in, someone, say you're in love with someone and they have Cancer on the fifth house cusp, and you want to know, are they really in love with me too? Well, if they take care of you, if they try to protect you, say you're walking down the street and they try to push you on the other side, not to be on the side of the car, so they're kind of like parental towards you, that this person is in love with you. It's not just friendly, because it triggers the fifth house of being in love, and they'll act parentally towards you. And they can treat their lovers as if they're their mom, or if you have Cancer in the fifth house, because you might try and mother your lovers, or but also you can have lovers who are needy, who are clingy as well, and they want to be in love romances that are codependent, because Cancer is very codependent sign, like a mother and child, needing someone they can protect in romantic relationships. And that's why also Pisces, they love to be protected in their romantic relationships. They love to be mothered as well, and they'll do the same. They might also keep sentimental, because Cancer is very sentimental, romantic tokens from the past, pictures, mementos, the first letter, whatever it is, nostalgic, because Cancer is nostalgic. You'll be nostalgic about romance. Just like Cancer in the fourth house, you'll be nostalgic about your home life, your early childhood, your family. I'm super nostalgic. Cancer in the third house, you'll be nostalgic about what? About your cousins, and you'd be so basically Cancer in the fifth house, you'll be nostalgic about the good old times when your children were small, the good old times when old lovers or whatever, like that. So how do they have fun? Close to water, by being at home or with family, by throwing parties for traditional holidays, because Cancer loves traditional holidays, throw parties, fifth house. This is how they can have fun with their family as well. And my husband's wife is Pisces, Sun. So Cancer is her fifth house. And she has fun with her family, first of all. And she loves to throw parties for any family events. Might like old games and hobbies. Old games, like, not computer ones, but like something that you have to, I don't know, like old hobbies might be like knitting, crocheting, like old people hobbies from the past. Hobbies, cooking. They might have a hobby to cook. Cancer. Okay, so I'm taking a break for a little bit, and I'll be back to go through the other houses and then through the planets. Thank you. I see there's still 36 people. You're warriors. Okay, so I will go have a break. And we're back. Okay, so we continue with, if you have Cancer on the 6th house, cusp, or if you are Aquarians, people with strong Aquarius, or with Aquarius ascendant. with Aquarius, Sun to some extent and Moon to some extent will have Cancer there. And Cancer is a very protective sign, as you know, and the sixth house is all the disenchanted, disenfranchised, you know, the poor, the sick, the vulnerable. So that's why Aquarius are quite humanitarian, because they want to protect those weaker. They want to, you know, that's why Aquarius has a, you know, they want to advance society, to help families, you know, they want to, often Aquarius have like, they're known for their humanitarian outlook on, you know, and that comes, a lot of it comes from Cancer on the sixth house, because they're nurturing, protective to the weaker, to their subordinates, to people that work for them. They would often treat people from their work like family. They would often, or they might even work from home, because sixth house is work, Cancer is home. Look at me, Aquarius ascendant, I'm working from home. Or when they work, they will create familiar relationships with, you know, people around them. They would like to protect them, or for their people that work for them, they would embrace them like their family. They would try to, you know, they would also get emotionally involved with their work, or their work might be very much, they cannot be in a work that they're not connected to emotionally. They need to be in a career that often, a work that helps others in some way, that cares for others, or work that is connected to emotions and feelings. And me as an astrologer, all my work is to do with feelings, with expressing feelings with other people, you know, their personal life. People let me through my work, sixth house, they let me into their personal life, Cancer, into their personal, you know, space, so to speak, in their biggest personal secrets and fears, emotions. So their work is often connected to some way like that. They can work as carers, as nurturers, if they have Cancer on the, if you have Cancer on the sixth house, as catering, waitressing. I've worked as a waitress, as a caterer, because Cancer is like, you know, taking care of others, catering the food, you know, Cancer rules food, nurturing others. Hotels, hostels, they can work in such places because Cancer rules those. They can be very emotional, family-like. Their work environment, they're very sensitive to their work environment. If there is disharmony in their work environment, it can affect their health directly, you know. And psychosomatic, a lot of their health problems, sixth house health problems, are psychosomatic, based on an emotional, based emotionally. So if you're having a problem, health problem, which is sixth house, and you have Cancer there, you need to take a better look at your feelings and emotions. And I know that every time I had some health problem, it was usually triggered by a period of when I was out of sorts emotionally before that, and would compromise my health. So you have to make sure to soothe your feelings, your emotions when you have Cancer on the sixth house, to nurture yourself emotionally. Oh, sorry. Talking about that, my mom is calling. Sorry, just let me stop it. And you know, Cancer on the sixth house is the mother, because Cancer is the mother. In the sixth house, you'd often have had a mother that worked hard, working mom, or mom who serves to you like a servant. And you know, sixth house is servants. Sixth house is helping others as well. Sixth house is taking care of the material needs of others as well. And my mom, when I go home, she would feed me, should be like, you know, it's not necessary for everyone, but Cancer in the sixth house, often the mom might have, you know, especially if the moon is in good condition in the horoscope, the mom might have been very, you know, kind of sixth house, like almost serving them and helping them a lot, which is very sixth house area. But on another level, the mom might have been more critical, the sixth house. The mom might have been victimized in some way, might have been the one that is like the servant in the family, or might have been the mom that it works very hard, or a mom that is having some health issues, sixth house, you know, or mine was not, because my moon is amazing. My moon has only good aspects. So because, you know, whatever house Cancer is on, it's going to be very much dependent when it manifests the positive sides of that house or the negative. depending on the condition of the moon. But if you have a hurt moon, say moon with Saturn, moon opposition Saturn, moon conjunct Mars, whatever, or Rahu or Ketu, which are the planets that create, or Pluto, difficult aspects there, it might have created the more negative manifestation of the mom, which is mom that is more critical, or mom that is was victimized in some way. But still at home, my mom was treated like I was serving others, So let's see. Emotionally involved with work in fields connected to families, to property. They can work in property. I've worked in a property company as well. They can work in places that are connected to beverages, to water, to fishing, to human feelings. We talked about that, to catering, waitressing, caring. They can, and sixth house is what body organs are sensitive and more susceptible to disease in your horoscope. And Cancer rules the breasts. If you have Cancer on the sixth house, you have to check your breasts. They can have very sensitive breasts, Cancer on the sixth house. And they can have very sensitive stomach as well, because sixth house is something that comes out of balance. Sixth house is the house that something is out of balance. So their stomach and their breasts and the liquids in their body, they have to be more careful. But usually the problems that arise on emotional, psychosomatic reason, and from emotionally charged environments, sensitive to competitive, discordant, or inimical environments, and their health can suffer, because sixth house, remember, we said that sixth house is discordant, everything that's out of balance, that is disharmonious, that is too competitive in some sort, or discordant or inimical, and that will directly affect their health if they're in such environments. They're very sensitive emotionally to such environments. Or in problematic situations, sixth house, situations where there is accusation, when there is a confrontation, inimical situations, they prefer to, because Cancer is more receptive, they don't want to, to fight with words or something like that. And they're very, and as we said, they're very caring and sympathetic to the weaker, the poor, the ill, to the lower classes, so to animals as well. They can have a dog. Cancer rules dogs, remember? So they can have an animal, they can love dogs if you have Cancer, because sixth house is pets. And the animals, they can be very caring and nurturing they might be nurturing and defending of the rights of the poor, defending of the rights of the animals. That's why Aquarius is so humanitarian, because Cancer is the sixth sign from there. They're caring and protecting the rights, because Cancer is protective of the weaker, of the animals. And I also love cats because my moon is in Leo. I love dogs, but I love cats. Leo is the sign of the cats. So, it can be sometimes modified, but usually with Cancer there, it's going to be a dog pet. They treat servant stocks and animals and subordinates like family, nurturing, compassionately take care of the poor. They like to take care, Cancer, of the poor, sixth house, the ignorant, the abused, the sick, the victimized people. That's why such caring career works are good for them. And I remember that at high school, the children that were considered the losers, because the sixth house would be someone that is, you're considered less than, or that were considered not only the losers, but one of the kids would have some defect, would be sick or be more vulnerable. I would go and care about them, and I would mother them, because I just felt so sympathetic and compassionate to those that were somehow disadvantaged in some way. Sixth house is someone that's disadvantaged, and you feel very compassionate and mothering towards them. And that's a quality of Aquarius that you'll notice. When feeling down or emotional, which is what Cancer is, or out of balance, what can help those people is pets. Have a pet. To balance your emotions, sixth house, have a pet. To balance your emotions, Cancer, have go and clean your home. Cancer, sixth house is order. Go and work. Sixth house is work. Go and help someone. Helping someone, doing something for someone else, because Virgo or the sixth house is such kind of a giving service, Okay, clean or organize your home or office, or clean up your diet. If you're emotionally out of sorts, those people with Cancer on the 6th house, their health depends so much on their emotions. And Cancer rules the stomach and the sense of happiness. Remember, the stomach produces the hormones of happiness. So they should clean up their diet. They should do some exercise. This will help them a lot. Or clean up their home in a shorter distance, Okay. Cancer in the 7th house. That would be Capricorn. Capricorn ascendant, Capricorn, sun or moon to a lesser degree people. But if you have Cancer on the 7th house, you'll be very sensitive to the partner. Even though you might not be someone who easily expresses feelings yourself, because as Capricorn, they don't express feelings themselves easily. But they'll attract emotional, sensitive partners. Almost like if they can't express their feelings themselves, they'll look for a partner to help them express their feelings. So some partner who is moody, who is sensitive, who is emotional, a partner who is caring and nurturing. Often people with Capricorn ascendants and the moon will be ones that are invested in taking responsibilities, in worldly success, in worldly responsibilities and duties. So they need a partner who is very focused on family, who is focused on providing a nurturing, caring environment, who is focused on family. And they need to be what you need is Cancer, and they need to be in close personal relationships. But the relationships, committed relationships, will experience ebbs, flows up and down, just like the tides. There'll be moments when they feel very close to their partner because Cancer is there, and there'll be moments when they feel more distant but it inevitably will come back and will become better, and they approach their marriage and looking for a marriage partner, someone to create a family with. Some more traditional relationships they'll appreciate as well, where the partner is the mom as well. The partner might mother them. And I have the moon in the 6th, 7th house, which is very similar, like having Cancer on the 7th house. So I can tell you that my partners are always committed relationship, very nurturing. They mother me. My husband's taking care of the baby right now. So he plays this moon or Cancer role through the relationship. The marriage has nurturing parental qualities. Marriage is framed by a deep need, deep emotional expectation of security and protection. They don't go into marriage because they want to have fun, to have sex, they go into marriage because they want to feel secure, because they want to feel protected by their partner. And they'll prefer partners with pronounced parenting, nurturing qualities, wants to create family, home, helps them recreate the feeling of early family home, their partner. In business partnerships as well, they will be oriented towards security, and they'll be averse to taking risks. Cancer is not very risk-taking, They'll also want more secure business partnerships as well. The mother, Cancer, 7th house, might have been someone who is a negotiator, who is always negotiating, trying to create balance in the family. 7th house is balance, peacekeeper of some sort, contract maker of some sort. And often so that's the mother might have the qualities of the 7th house, peacekeeper, counselor, advisor, working with people on one-to-one basis, something to do with harmony, creating harmony and beauty of some sort. 7th house rules those things. Lawyer, 7th house rules, court cases and stuff like that. Also, they would often be drawn to partners that remind them of their mom. If you're a man and you have Cancer in the 7th house, because you can marry a woman that, especially the first marriage, a woman that has the qualities of your mom, Okay. The primary purpose of the marriage is to provide safe and comfortable environment to create life. Cancer is creating life and to provide comfortable and safe environment for this new life. So this is how Capricorns would approach marriage, or people with Capricorn ascendant. And the primary purpose of marriage is the pursuit of caretaking, of parental activities, home and land ownership. When you wanna, if you're wondering, when am I gonna have a property, or I'm trying to get a property, and you have Cancer on the 7th house, because, well, once you get married, or your partner can be an owner of properties, can be someone who works in Cancer environment. Like, as I said, I have the Moon there, which is similar, but you know, my previous long-term relationship partner was involved in estate, you know, whatever it's called. And your partner will be someone who is either a land or property owner, who is a homemaker, who can be in marine professions, water professions, caring, nurturing professions, you know. So you can see all those careers of Cancer that we mentioned that are connected to caring, nurturing, defending, protecting, catering, feeding, you know, property, vehicles. Your partner, a marriage partner, when you have Cancer in the 7th house, might have those. Might be involved with oceans, with water, with beverages of some sort. Cancer rules those. Stewardship of land, protection, gardening, school teacher of some sort, you know. They will usually be quite loyal to the spouse, quite emotionally attached to the spouse, and the spouse will be quite emotional, moody person themselves. Sensitive, and they might love cuddly partners, you know. Cuddle. Cancer is very cuddly, wants to cuddle like a mom, wants to embrace, to cuddle. Okay. They might need constant reassurance, because Cancer it's needy. Partners that are needy, that need constant reassurance, but you also need that. That's why you reflect it in someone who has those qualities. You're attracted by someone who has those qualities. Okay. Cancer in the 8th house, that would be Sagittarius. People with Sun, Moon, and most importantly, Ascendant in Sagittarius will have, or if you have Cancer on the 8th house cusp, for some other ascendants, it can happen sometimes too. Well, the 8th house is crisis. How does one go through crisis? What does one do when one is in a crisis situation? Well, they're very sensitive, of course, when it's a crisis situation, but they adapt very quickly, because the Cancer is a very adaptable sign. And they adapt fast, and they have the emotional need for deep transformation. 8th house is deep transformation. And when they're in a crisis, the best thing for them is to go talk to their family, is to go to retreat to the sanctum of their home as well. They'll probably revert to such kind of activities. But also because Cancer rules the family, and it's in the 8th house of reversals and big changes in life, those people might have more often than others had some big traumatic experience in their family. Cancer is family life, or with the mother or something like that. And 8th house is trauma. They might have had some deep traumatic experiences there, or big ups and downs, because Scorpio or the 8th house rules big reversals, sudden changes. And the many transformations happen in their private life, in their family life. 8th house is transformations, Cancer is family, private life. And you know, when sorry, my mind is starting to block a little bit. Just taking a sip. But what is also healing for them? The 8th house, what is can heal you? It's what can traumatize you. The family experiences with the family, early childhood might have traumatized you in some way. But also they can be the most healing. If you want deep transformation, go forgive, improve your relationship with your family. This is what will give you access to deeper healing, the 8th house. And also anything connected to Cancer can be deeply healing for them, like water therapies of some sort. Being near water can be extremely healing with them. Having a pet as well can be extremely healing, like a dog. In particular, having a dog, because Cancer rules dogs. Deep healing, access to healing comes to Cancer for those people that have Cancer in the 8th house cusp. They can, and 8th house is deep and water, near ocean, therapeutic practices which are water-based can help them a lot. Swimming. Also, they can have deep crisis through emotional issues. because Cancer is emotions, and they can develop like through go into a deep crisis to emotional issues. To heal it, they have to heal the emotions. They have to resolve the painful emotion. Also, eighth house is the dying, people that are dying, that are going through big transformation. So they can be very, very also that are giving birth, that are dying, that are going through a life-changing experience, that are going through a divorce, that are going through eighth house is difficult, like the sixth house. You know, the sixth house is those that are less advantaged, with less advantages than us. Eighth house is people that are going through a big crisis, like, and divorces, giving births, you know, dying, being a big crisis. So they can be very nurturing towards such people. They can be very soothing, which is Cancer, nurturing, soothing towards people in such life transforming circumstances. That's why they can be great and superb for midwives. You know, a woman who is helping someone on the verge of life and death, between eighth houses, conception, giving birth, those most traumatic experiences. Giving birth is super traumatic, I can tell you that. And they, because they're so caring, Cancer, towards people in such circumstances, they can be great midwives, or they can be great trauma healers to help others that are going through traumatic experiences, to their nurturing Cancerian qualities in that eighth house. They can be also caring for the dying, or they can be great psychologists because they have emotional intelligence towards people. Emotional intelligence, Cancer, towards people that are in extreme circumstances, eighth house, or that are going some crisis, psychological, emotional. That great psychologists, therapists, healers, people that can be great transformers of others that are dealing with deep moods, you know, with moods disorders of some sort as well. They can be lifeguards, you know, water, Cancer, eighth house, life and death matters. So they can be resuscitate, or people that bring others to life in some sort. And Cancer is also guarding, you know, guarding, and it's water, and eighth house is someone who can die. Crisis workers in water situations, basically. Eighth house is crisis. In crisis, okay, I think we said eighth house is also how you can die. I don't want to talk about that, but you know, it's noticed that these people can die at home. What better way to die than to die at home surrounded by family? Of course, it very much depends on the lord of the eighth house, but often they will, Cancer is home, eighth house, or they can die from water. I'm not saying every Sagittarius is going to drown, not at all, but it's not, they can die at home or something like that. And in crisis, the family can help and protect. Okay, so the next one is Cancer in the ninth house. And that's for Scorpios. Scorpio, ascendant, sun, moon people who have Cancer in the ninth house. Oh, yes, I forgot to say eighth house. Cancer in the eighth house is mutual resources, the mutual finances of the family. So if you're married, you're on your partner's resources together. They can go through ups and downs if you have Sagittarius, ascendant or Cancer in the eighth house, but they should always know and not fear that even if they dry out a bit, cyclically they'll come back a bit. And as a mutual family, they should always, like in their mutual resources with their partner, they should save, because there will be periods of great abundance and cyclically periods that are a bit more stale and dry. So it's good for them to save their mutual resources together, because they go through cycles. And what else is eighth house? Eighth house is, yeah, so that's it. And they're very sensitive to issues of mutual resources and money. They can feel emotionally very worried, and if their mutual resources are somehow out of balance or something like that. Okay, so Cancer on the ninth house. Well, this is your belief system. And your belief systems, when you have Cancer in the ninth house, will be, you try to protect your belief systems. You try to defend your belief systems. You know, you'll be defensive, protective about your belief systems. You might carry the belief systems of your ancestors. Cancer. You might carry the belief systems of your family, or even if you deviate from them, you might later come back to a more traditional belief system, to more the ones of your ancestors, of your family. Even if you go into Buddhism, you later can come back to traditional Christianity in some way, you know, or whatever. But also because it's cyclical, they will have quickly changing and adaptable beliefs, just like Cancer, quickly changing and adaptable. And if one wisdom teaching doesn't seem effective for them, because ninth house is our belief system, our wisdom, you know, our outlook on life, the philosophy through which we look on life, usually the religions, the beliefs we have. And if one system is not effective and it doesn't work, another one will follow it. So they usually tend to find different ones that, you know, that will give them a sense of security. The mother, because remember, oh, and I forgot to say, Cancer in the 8th house, the mom might have been a worker in some crisis situations, a midwife of some sort, a mom who had a lot of changes in her life, that's for the 8th house, that had a lot of ups and downs and reversals and surprises in her life. That a mom that was very that worked with dying people, a mom that was an astrologer, an occultist, 8th house rules all those things. A mom that was psychotic, that if the moon is badly aspected and you have Cancer in the 8th house, because as I said, remember, 8th house is where we experience trauma and they had a lot of ups and downs through family or through the mom, or the life of the mom might have been like that. But going to the 9th house, Cancer in the 9th house, the mother is often a professor. And by the way, that's my son's. My son has Cancer on the 9th house. He's Scorpio ascendant. And look how Cancer is the mom. And I'm professor, academic. I'm not an academic, but teacher. 9th house is teachers, professors, priests, priestesses. I'm not a priestess, but I'm kind of feeling like that, you know. Mentors, scholars, gurus, advisors to others is the 9th house. They see the higher perspective and they give advice to others, or they teach others. Or the mom might have been a foreigner. 9th house rules foreign countries. And I'm all this, and my son Luke Cancer in the 9th house. The mom is a foreigner. He'll be asking me, Mom, why do you have this funny accent? I'm a, you know, teacher, as you can see, advisor. A mom who influenced, and the family and the mom would have influenced the belief systems of that person very strongly. And often the kind of religions or belief systems they would be drawn to would be very nurturing ones, where they believe in taking care of the, you know, of the weak. There will be ones focused on, drawn to female-based belief systems, matriarchal belief systems, you know. They would have respect and deeper connection with goddesses, with the Virgin Mary, or with, I don't know, with Kali or whatever, female goddesses. It has affinity for motherly female masters, teachers. Some of the most important teachers and mentors in their life will be women. Usually might be from the family themselves, but might be just women generally, because Cancer rules women, you know. They are, and the inspirational teachers will be more like from the female side as well. Ascended masters, female ascended masters. Mother Earth might be their belief or religion, you know. And the worldview of the person is strongly impacted by the mother, which is the 8th house. They have a very deep faith, because 9th house is how you experience the connection with the divine. And Cancer, when it's in the 9th house, they feel it. They don't have to read about it. Scorpio have very deep devotional side to them and spiritual side to them, because Cancer rules the 9th house of their beliefs, of their connection with deity. And Cancer is heart-based, is soul-based. They feel God in their stomach. They feel God in their body, in their soul. They have, in most cases, of course, there might be Scorpios that don't believe in God or whatever, but, you know, we're talking here about the principles, so you don't understand the principles. And the deep faith is present. 9th house is faith belief system is present, and it's based on direct emotional connection to nature, to earth. Cancer rules, you know, those things, to the cycles of the seasons, or in deep, direct emotional experience of God. They can just feel it and know it intuitively. God exists, you know. They feel God rather than have intellectual ideas or conceptual constructs about God. Faith comes from the intuitive mind. And the religious feeling, the ninth house, religious feeling is quite authentic because it's you know, it's a true feeling. It's Cancer. Um, and their religious beliefs or their spiritual beliefs can make them do acts of caring, nurturing, mothering, you know, which is Cancer. Um, and even from their early family life, their family often was quite religious because family, Cancer, ninth house, religious spirituality, they instilled in them certain religious belief system. And also they can feel at home, Cancer is where you feel at home in foreign cultures, in academic environments. They can feel at home in foreign countries, you know. They have an emotional need for spiritual religious pursuits. Spiritual, Cancer is emotional need. Ninth house is spiritual religious pursuits. And okay. God in their image is mom. I mean, like, not mom, but God is goddess. God is a goddess. God is caring and nurturing. And they, ninth house is cultures. They might like to explore indigenous cultures, cultures that are more tribal, that are more based on family units, you know. They can be fascinated with such cultures. Okay, Cancer on the 10th house cusp. The Queen of Snakes, someone said. Yes, Cancer in the ninth house, especially it means you have Scorpio, ascendant, sun, and moon. Scorpio is kind of fascinated with dark things. They might love the queen, the goddess of snakes, you know. Okay. So Cancer in the 10th house. That would be, Libras very often have that. If you have Sun, Moon, Libra, Sun or Moon in Libra, or Ascendant in Libra, Cancer will be the 10th sign from Libra, which is social status, career. Libras are so sensitive, Cancer, to their social status. How the 10th house is your reputation, how you're perceived by society, and your public image, your reputation, the highest, you know. So Libras are so sensitive and care so much about their public image because Cancer rules their 10th house. You see how things are amazingly connected, you know. And they'll be quite dedicated and loyal to social order. 10th house is social order and the rules. 10th house is the rules. And Cancer is usually kind of loyal and devoted, you know, wants to follow the traditional rules. So Libras are not hell raisers in most cases. Libra ascendant people, strong ascendant, strong sun or moon in Libra, they'll try to follow the rules, 10th house and regulations that are more traditional. Cancer. And social status and career will also fluctuate because Cancer rules it. There will be dried and there will be abundant periods there. But the good thing is that even if they might hold numerous positions throughout their life, because Cancer changes like the moon changes, you know, and it's their career. Numerous positions, they might change the direction of their career, then go back to another one, the cycles, the circling. They numerous titles and responsibilities as well, which is Cancer, you know. But they adapt because Cancer is a very adaptive sign. They adapt to different roles, career roles, worldly responsibility roles throughout life. They adapt easy. And they fulfill them quite with a lot of care and nurturing. They take their responsibilities and their duties and their worldly responsibilities and their career. They take them as a parent to taking care of a child, you know. So there will be changes in their career because Cancer is changeable. But they should never fear if a job is lost or if a career is lost, because a new one will come, similar to the ocean tides. Just like people that have Cancer in the 6th house of work. And I can tell you, I changed lots of jobs because I have Cancer in the 6th house. But always a new one would come. But the 10th house is your vocation. So in your career and leadership position, so if they lose one career or if there is a dry period in their career, they shouldn't worry. Cancer is a fertile sign. Sooner a cyclical good period will come in their career as well. And often the 10th house shows what kind of bosses you have. They can have more female bosses, unless you have the Sunday in the 10th house in Cancer as well. Or if you have Mars there, you'd have male bosses because these are masculine planets. But if there's no planets, most of the bosses or authority figures in your life will be Cancer-like. It will be females. Okay, as a job, this does show how you are as the leader. As the leader, people with Cancer on the 10th house cusp, and usually Libras, are very caring and nurturing. And in leadership, and very caring and nurturing in responsible positions like that. And they're very compassionate leaders, very Cancer-like, compassionate, sympathetic leaders. And they usually are very liked. Their reputation are liked by normal people. They're liked because they're nurturing to the normal people. Cancer is the normal people, the everyday people. They're nurturing to them. They'll have a reputation as someone who cares for the normal people and who cares for those that they rule, that they, as a boss, because the 10th house shows how you are as a boss. So you'll be caring and nurturing. And often it says that Libra is the ascendant, and it's noticed of making great leaders, of making most leaders. Interestingly enough, how surprising it is. And why it is, the ancient book explained, because you're very liked. Your reputation, Cancer, in the 10th house, you're very liked by the common people, Cancer. The reputation, 10th house, Cancer, common people. And because you and also as a leader, you're compassionate, nurturing, motherly like. That's why they make amazing leaders. And often, but in positions where they have to be guardians of some sort, in positions, career positions where they have to implement those Cancer qualities, like guardians, like stewards. Careers connected to properties can be good to them. Careers connected to land, to owning land, stewardship of land, farming, Cancer, to oceans, to catering, to hotels, to caring, nurturing, providing for the needs of others. Caretaking, careers connected to women, to restaurants, careers connected to defending, protectors, careers connected to history, traditions, vocations that are connected to Cancer. If you have Cancer on the 10th house cusp, might be your vocations, traditions, local traditions, defenders of local traditions, defenders of the land, protectors, all those things that I mentioned. The 10th house will also, interestingly enough, show the dad, or usually it's the dad and one of the parents who might have been very Cancerian-like. And my husband, because he has Cancer on the 10th house cusp, the dad was the mom. Because Cancer is the mother, the 10th house is the father. So his dad had the role of the mom because his dad was bringing him up for a big part of his life. And the dad, 10th house, was property owner. He had 10 properties that he was renting. He owned land. He was a fisherman, water, Cancer, water, with the waters, with the ocean. He took the maternal role, and he was basically also vehicles. Cancer also was those things. But also the Cancer will also show the mother. So here's a little bit of a mind twist, because all Libras, they have the whole horoscope turned upside down. And the mother would have had those 10th house qualities, maybe a professional, maybe recognized somehow, or maybe in a caring, nurturing professions. And my husband's mother was a nurse, carer, nurturer, of children, very Cancer. Might have been a mother working with lots of responsibilities. And he might have been, if you have Cancer on the 10th house, is how your family raised you. Well, your family raised you with the expectations to serve society in a compassionate later in life. So this will reflect in your profession later on by choosing professions and careers, and it's usually influenced by your family. Your family influence is also very strongly your career choice when Cancer is in the 10th house cusp. And actually, if you're wondering what to do with your career and you have Cancer in the 10th house cusp, maybe do something one of your parents did, the mother or the father. Or maybe have a talk with your parents. They can help you figure that out, or go in one of those more Cancerian careers. And also, Cancer shows where you have emotional intelligence. They have emotional intelligence as leaders. That's why they can be great leaders. That's why they can be great natural instinctive leaders, natural instinctive professionals, And they're so That's one of the reasons why Libra ascendants are considered like the maker of leaders or of bosses, because they have natural, they're good leaders, natural intelligence. In most cases, there are always exceptions. If your son, or if there is a difficult planet there, you'll be a dictator, you know. Okay. The public presentation of the person, the 10th house, has a strongly emotional appeal to others. Again, that's why they can reach far in their careers, because Cancer rules the 10th house cusp, and emotional appeal, connecting to the feelings of others. It's a boss that will rule through feelings as well. Okay. And the public, that's something interesting that I wrote down. The public can project their need for protection, for parenting, for security, for guardianship to the Cancer 10th house person in a leadership role. That's why they'll often take leadership roles, because the public entrusts and projects their need for security, for being mothered, for being taken care of to a person who has Cancer in the 10th house. It makes sense. That's why they'll often have such careers. Okay, Cancer in the 11th house. Oh, thank you, guys. How about an 8-hour break? Oh, guys, we'll plow for them. We have another hour and a half. I have 2 more houses and then the other planets. Cancer in the 11th house, that's usually for Virgo, which means Virgo ascendant on the moon. But anyone who has Cancer in the 11th house, because their friends are their family. They're extended friends, and they can even treat acquaintances, and others would consider some people acquaintances, but someone with Cancer in the 11th house of social networking will consider those people like family. And they have emotionally charged friendships. Your friends can be your family. And I remember when I was looking at the horoscope of my previous partner, and that's the night we met, and he asked me, well, tell me something about me. And I saw that he had Cancer on the 11th house cusp. And I said, your friends, and he has the moon there, and he's Virgo ascendant, you know, so Cancer is on the 11th house. And I said, your friends are your family. And he was like, oh, we call our friends, a group of friends, we call them La Familia, the family. And he says, and I said, you treat them, and he was like that, you know, his friends are his family. And they have emotionally charged friendships. Your friends are your family. More female friends. He had a lot of female friends because Cancer rules. And there are ebbs and flows in their friendships. He would have sometimes like months he wouldn't be able to see friends, and then, or a whole year, and then he would go and spend 2 weeks with his friends, you know. So it goes in moments of a lot and moments of less, like that, you know, ebbs and flows like Cancer. And ebbs and flows with their social network as well. Emotional need, Cancer, for broad network of friendships. They have intuitive understanding and emotional intelligence with friends. And also of everything, they have emotional intelligence, everything that's 11th house connected. Rules markets. 11th house rules complex systems. 11th house rules social trends, because it's the house of society, is the house of collective society as humanity. So they have intuitively attuned to the needs of society. They can be very caring to the needs of society on the whole. Needs of society. They can be very attuned to their friends as well, but also to the social trends, because social trends is the 11th house. What the collective is, you know, and they're tuned to that if you have Cancer in the 11th house. They have emotional and more intuitive rather than logical understanding of markets, because 11th house rules complicated systems, just like society is a complicated system. You know, 11th house is Aquarius. Big groups of people, complicated system. The brain is ruled by Aquarius, because the brain is the most complicated system without a center. Aquarius, the 11th house. Aquarius in the 11th house rules complicated systems, complex systems, like the nervous system is also ruled by Aquarius, because there is the nervous system has no center, because Aquarius has no center. Just like friends, groups of friends, there is not one friend that is the center of all the other friends in most cases, you know. If you're in a network, everyone is an equal part. And Aquarius, that's why Aquarius rules equality. Everyone has an equal place, an equal, just like the brain, you can't take, or the nervous system, equal working together in a big complex system. So people that have Cancer in the 11th house, they have natural intuitive understandings of complicated markets. Markets are complicated systems, stock markets and stuff. Maybe intuitive, emotional intelligence about social trends, social sciences as well. They join networks of friends with familiar, similar ideas. Cancer, usually family oriented. All the friends of my previous partner, because he has Cancer, all of them had families. They had family traditional values. They were kind of more traditional, land owning, because Cancer, patriotic. All his friends were patriotic. Well, there are always exceptions, but they were family people. They were patriotic. They prefer to befriend such people. Okay. Also, it indicates the mother. Cancer, mother, 11th house. The mother might have been socializing. Someone who is quite connected, a strong social network, goal-oriented. 11th house is goals, goal-oriented mother. Mother who is more of a friend. 11th house friend. So baby, and definitely became a great friend with the mom. Of course, if the moon is affected, then it's your, the moon, this Cancer, the position, the condition of the house, whatever Cancer is, very much depends on the state of the moon in your horoscope. But they can develop. Mother is more of a friend, socializing, goal-oriented, because 11th house is gains. They're very sensitive to acknowledgement, because the 11th house is being recognized, receiving recognition of some sort by the friends, by the group, if you're working for an organization, 11th house would rule your bonuses, your salary, how well you're rewarded for your efforts, and what do others also, when you present something, how does society accept it? So they'll be very sensitive to the opinions of their friends, to the opinions of their those in their environment, like social networking as well. They have also emotional attachment, because 11th house rules all the siblings, 3rd house rules sisters and cousins. Usually the youngest sibling, the 11 is the oldest sibling, and they can they have strong emotional attachment not only to friends but to older siblings. Okay, and it's what you can gain from. When you have Cancer on the 11th house, you can gain from family connections. You can gain from property and real estate transactions and land. That's not a position to see gains where they can come from if you have Cancer. And then Cancer on the 12th house, that's for Leos. If you're Leo ascendant, Cancer is your 12th house. Or sometimes you might be Virgo ascendant and Cancer to be your 12th house cusp. But that's the cusp, that's a bit different, but still listen to that. It will be important for you. So people with Cancer in the 12th house, they have emotional need, Cancer, for 12th house things. Emotional need for privacy. It's interestingly enough, this is Leos. They might be very out there, but they would also have emotional need for privacy. They're very emotional and sensitive in private, but not in public, because 12th house is how you are very private. You're hiding this from the others. In the public, you show your ascendant sign, you show your sun sign, but in private, your 12th house manifests, your 12th house sign. So they'll be sensitive and emotional in private, and emotionally sensitive, while they present at the same time, and very caring. They'll be caring and nurturing in private, but they'll have a deep emotional life, but they will not show it, because the 12th house is something that is hidden, that you don't have easy access, or don't consciously present when you're outside in public. So in public, they would present themselves, as extremely strong and masculine, but in private, and confident. But in private, they're very sensitive, nurturing, caring, secretly like that. They love, and the emotional life is kind of curtained off. The curtain is pulled for it. and they present the public, like if the sun is in Leo or Sun is in Leo, they'll present much more glamorous appearance and confident appearance. They can, 12th house is and Cancer is family, and 12th house is people outside. So people that we have lost, people that are in the invisible world. So these people can receive intuitive guidance from family, in their dreams, from their past families, for people that have passed away. And the 12th house is connecting through sleep, sleeping, resting, so they can receive intuitive dream messages or intuitive, or even if it's not in their dream, they might have a strong intuition to do something. And it usually is coming from a past relative that is sending that, because Cancer is there in the 12th house, highly intuitive. They're very, actually, that's why Leos are quite intuitive, and the fire signs are quite intuitive, because they have water signs in the 12th house, all of them, and of the subconscious, of the intuitive psychic abilities, and water is very psychic itself. So that's why fire signs are known to know things intuitively. Like, how do you know that? I don't know it, but I know it, and that because they're confident, the fire signs, they say, I know this is like that. They haven't checked that fact or checked or anything, but they just intuitively feel it, and they know it because of this water sign, just like Cancer is in the 12th house of Leos. The influence of the mother might be sometimes lost, Cancer, or the mom might have been someone, Cancer is the mom, and often they would feel like more consciously connected to the influence of the father, because the Leo rules the father, and the Leo is in the first house, so the sun is there, so this is where you're more conscious of, and the mom has more subtle subconscious influence on them. The mom's influence exerts through dreams and through the imagination, while the father's influence is noticed in the social persona. Because, it's Leo is the visible sign, Cancer is the 12th house, the invisible. Also, the mom, it can show qualities of the mom. The mom might have been someone that one has to take care of, or mom has to be someone who is a medic in the hospital, working in 12th house, spiritual of some sort, but all those kind of things that 12th house rules. Or they just usually, as I said, just the influence of the mom is a bit lost for them if you have Cancer in the 12th house, but the father is more consciously present, but the mom, the influence, it's more subconscious, it's more expressed through the imagination. And the 12th house is how you access deep relaxation. Remember, it's sleep, it's relaxing, it's meditation, and access to spiritual meditative states, restful, relaxing states. If you're having problems sleeping or relaxing, what do? You have Cancer in the 12th house. You go home, or you relax at home, or you go near water, or you drink water, or you eat vegetables and fruits that are watery in nature, like cucumbers, cabbages. This can calm you and put you in a more relaxing state. Also, the color of Cancer can be very relaxing, like pale pink and silver. But if you want to go into deeper meditative state and you have a relaxing state, Cancer, water and those kind of Cancer activities can help. Okay. Probably will fall asleep before I do. Yes. Okay, so finishing that, I'm going for 2-3 minutes, and I'll be back with the last part. The last part is 30 minutes, guys. So we'll be finished by 5 o'clock. And those of you who have not fallen down or fallen asleep from my voice, you'll hear about what it means to have the planets in Cancer. Will be Q&A. Hello, back again. Sun in Cancer. Well, you can find out where you have planets by going to my birth chart calculator and going to the planetary detail table this time. Instead of to the house cards, go to the planetary detail table and check if you have sun, moon. It says sun, moon, Venus, Mercury. If it happens to be in Cancer, that's how you find out if someone has planets in Cancer. And we're going to talk about that. And they manifest very strongly because planets are powerful, are more powerful. And let's see, if you have sun in Cancer, the sun is what you want to be, your I am. The sun is like the center of our solar system. And in the same way, you'd want to be in the center of Cancer activities if you have your sun in Cancer. And how you identify, I am is the sun. The sun is, and they feel like I am a guardian. I am a protector. And I told you my husband with sun in Cancer, we're like fully surrounded here in our garden. He's so protective. His role, the sun is the central role one likes to play and to exhibit in public. Is one of parenting, of nurturing, of protecting, the center of caretaking, of schooling, nourishing, of sheltering others. And the sun, that's why is often our public can indicate career. That's another way to look at career. Look at someone's sun sign. Often a person, not everyone, but often a person will work and do a career, central role in life that's expressed through your public image, which is the sun, through the sign of the sun. So they would often be people that are, a schoolmaster or property owner. They'll be often one of the first ones, property, because they feel proud. The sun is what you feel proud of. They feel proud of their family. They feel proud of their property. They would want to be in careers that are connected. They can be very good in real estate. They can be very good. I have a friend, sun in Cancer, and she was a supermodel, and she had Venus on the ascendant. And the first part of her life, she was a supermodel. She was like, what should I work? What should I work? Like, I can't be a supermodel all the time. Venus on the ascendant makes someone very beautiful, And I looked at the sun and said, try property. And she went to Dubai because the sun was in the 12th house in Cancer, foreign country, 12th house, and developed properties there. And she was making like $200,000-$300,000 a year. Amazing, like the top of the range property she was selling. And she was very successful with that. And of course, people like that with sun in Cancer will flourish near oceans, near water. They feel happy around those places. And gives you an urge also, all those kinds of things we talked to defend the home, the land of one's birth, to be very patriotic. How do you approach public responsibilities as the sun? And you do it through parentally, with care, very nurturing. What you make visible, you make visible when you have the sun in Cancer, your feelings, because the sun is, shines light. Whatever you shine light, what you make visible to others. That's why it's very often people strongly can see someone's sun sign very strongly, even though their deeper nature, their moon sign is not so obvious to people that don't know you well. That your sun sign will often manifest because you shine those qualities of the sun sign. So they'll shine all those qualities of, your personal feelings. You're someone who expresses their personal feelings. Their public image is very much like the 10th house, the sun. It's interesting, The public image, which is the sun, makes a very deep emotional impression to others, and they can make a very deep emotional connection to the hearts of people with their public image. And they tend to be widely liked, because Cancer appeals to the masses. The father, the sun symbolizes the father as well. Also with the 10th house, and you see also the sign Leo can give indications of the father. But the father can be very emotionally sensitive, a moody person as well, can be very intuitive, have the role of the mother, might have had the role of the mother, the father, because it's in the sign of the mother. And for my husband, again, being sun in Cancer, it's his father owned properties. Again, we spoke about that, caring, very patriotic, the father might have been. emotionally reactive, security-oriented, attached to his mother. The father might have been attached to his mother, and my husband's father lives with him, is his mother. He's 60 years old, he's very close to his mom and lives with his mother. Preserves the old ways, the father. And as a consequence, you also exhibit those qualities in your life later on because they're strongly influenced by the father. If your son is in Cancer, you develop those qualities and you exhibit them very often through the father. You kind of inherit those qualities. Okay, property owner, deals in vehicles, teachers at school, guardian of the lands. This can be your careers and also the careers of the father. Someone who is in the city government or police of some sort, protecting, guarding. And the father needs to be respected in the traditional way, which is Cancer. Traditional, home-loving, nurturing. Okay, then the moon in Cancer. The moon is the mother. So now the moon in Cancer, these people who have very mumsy mothers, caring of them, protecting them, unless the moon is afflicted. If the moon is with Rahu, with Ketu, with Mars, or opposition square Mars or Saturn, that will not be the case, so that will create problems there, but they're strongly connected and attached emotionally. It's a very powerful moon. The moon is super strong in the sign of Cancer because it's her own sign. So everything that we talked about Cancer, it might not be immediately visible for them, but in their private life, there are more Cancers than the people with Sun in Cancer. They need to have nurturing, caretaking. They needs to be nurtured. They need to be nurtured. They need to caretake of others, to protect others. They tend to be also in such roles of when the moon shows how you as a parent yourself. You'll be very caring, nurturing, very traditional parent. You'd like to create safe environment for the little ones, overly protective, overly mumsy, overly motherly, very sensitive again and moody, but they often might not even show they're like that. Only people that are close to them might know it. And they might close their emotions a little bit because Cancer has a hard shell, to protect themselves. The moon is also rules parts, the liquids in the body, and when it's in Cancer, a person can retain more water because it's like watery planet in a watery sign, double Cancer, double Cancer moon influence kind of, and they can hold on to liquids and puffiness somehow, so they have to be a bit more careful for that. They need to parent and protect. They have an emotional need. They need a family. Those people, don't deny them a family, don't deny them children, They would this can kill a part of their heart because the moon is what makes you feel emotionally stable and happy, and for them it's the family. Very emotionally attached to parents. Love the homeland and the family and the history of the homeland. Emotionally attached to those things. And it's funny, my little brother has moon in Cancer, and he's 19 years old now, and he still sleeps in the same bedroom as my mom. And very strongly connected, and he's supposed to go to university now in a different town, and that is 4 hours away, and he's decided that he'll be coming home every weekend because there's so much emotional attachment to the homeland, to the family. And I was offering him from little, do you want to come and live in I was in UK, now in the States, and he was like, no, I want to live in Bulgaria. I'm very patriotic. He was so emotionally attached and defends the parents, the home, the family. No one can say a bad word about his mom or dad. He might fight with them at home. Yes, not a problem. But when someone tries to attack or threaten his family, this defensive side, emotionally, this mom's side of him will, get awakened very quickly. They have a need, the moon, to have a safe, secure home for children to grow. And they love children. And my brother was telling me from little, I want to have 6 children. Even if they're with different women, I just want to have lots of babies. Emotionally, they connect with that. Of course, if there's some difficult aspect or if, Saturn, that can delay their family, creating their own family. But usually they would want from very young to have family. But for some, it might be delayed, say, with the moon in Cancer, with Saturn, for example, can delay that. Prefers traditional home environments because the moon will show what kind of home you prefer as well, just like the fourth house and just like the sign Cancer. So they prefer emotional, traditional home environments, to have at their home pictures, mementos of their family, family heirlooms. They'd love to live, Cancer, and the moon is where you want to live, near water, or in very close-knit family environment. Can express in custodial roles with government, and also this caring nature for them can express through caring, caring for bigger, for not only for their family. If they don't have a family, they can get like, they need to have some caring nature, or some caring responsibilities, and it can express through caring for their business, through parenting or caring for their co-workers, mumming their co-workers, for their employees, for their business, for custodial roles towards such people, very motherly, tremendous patriotic feeling, loves the country, willing to sacrifice for it. Moon in Cancer, very sensitive as well. Okay, so then we go to it might be also because they have such a strong parenting instincts. You can see that Moon in Cancer people might be taking animals, taking care of them. They want to parent the whole world. They want to take care of little animals, little children, creating protective environments for them, for all creatures. But you can't mother all creatures, but they have this instinct in them. And they have an extremely powerful need to have the emotions validated and respected. Don't tell a Moon in Cancer person, oh, man up, what are you crying about? Or don't dismiss their feelings. This will hurt them, and they'll remember. And they're very nostalgic. They keep looking back to the past and remembering fondly the past. And they can keep a lot of memories from the past somehow. Moon in Cancer is strongly expressed with them. And if you allow them to care for you, if you have a Moon Cancer person, allow them to care for you. This is how they express their love. Show them how much you appreciate them and nurturing them. This will validate their feelings. This will validate, if like my little brother helps me sometimes with my business, and he's very caring and very emotionally connected, and he writes to me, and I'm, thank you so much. You have to respect how caring and nurturing they are, and sometimes it might be overly protective. Too much Moon and Cancer there, it's overly protective. Patronizing sometimes, okay. Mercury in Cancer, this is your communications. This is how you think. Well, the emotional thinkers, emotional communicators. They'll talk about feelings. They'll talk about family. They'll talk about land, properties. Mercury is business. You can do business with land and properties. Estates, they're good organizers of family life. Mercury is the organizer, the manager. They can be good organizers of family life, of home, of property, anything to do with caring as well. But too much emotion in their verbal expression is there, and too much emotion in their written expression. Who has Mercury in Cancer? Donald Trump. When he speaks, he emotionally charges. He charges his communication with emotions. That's why he appeals to the masses. That's why he appeals to the common people more often. He talks about family values, about family, old traditional values. How much he cares about that, it's another thing, because Mercury is what you communicate, what you speak about, how you can impact others verbally. So, they often will have patriotic speaking as well. Look at Donald Trump. Of course, I can give you other people with Mercury Cancer. You can check out my link for Mercury in Cancer. I speak in depth there. It's a 30-minute video. It's an amazing video. I'm really proud of my Mercury in Science collection that I did, because I researched it really well. So you can get a lot from there. But sometimes they can be unclear thinkers. They can be unclear and reactive communicators. They can say things out of emotion. When spurred from emotion, they can react and say things that they, after that, they don't rush to say such things. But if emotionally provoked, they'll get, if something affects them personally, their personal life, Cancer is personal, they'll get very personal back with their communication, very defensive with their communication, very strike back, Cancer will protect or shield themselves. They prefer to use the vernacular or the expressions, the verbal expressions of the language of the culture that they're from, the local one. They have a very strong intuition, because Mercury is the mind, and in Cancer, often they don't come to conclusions logically. Often it might be more intuitively that they come to conclusion, through feelings. But it's like a double-edged sword, Mercury in Cancer, because they can be misled by the emotions when they're trying to make a decision. Mercury is thinking to make, they can be misled by the emotions, but at the same time, Mercury in Cancer, the Cancer gives them very strong intuitive mind. So it's both. The pluses, they can have strong intuition. The minuses, they can be misled by emotions. So it's good for them not to take decisions and to talk when they're overly emotional, because probably be misled by the emotions, so they'll make a mistake there. But when they're peaceful and calm, when the emotions are calm and settled, they can be very intuitive with their mind. The ideas come intuitively, and they can have intuitive solutions for things, and they can be very soothing and comforting communicators, caring, sensitive. They're very sensitive about what they're talking and what they're saying as well. They can be talking, thinking, writing about the mother, the home, the country. They can, for example, someone Moon in Mars, Mercury in Cancer can write a book about gardening, a book about property, a book about, or talk about, or lecture about family, about food, about cultural roots, about history. They might have interest. Mercury is being interested in researching, studying history, the roots, the family tree, security, country security. Objective logic is compromised by feelings of insecurity sometimes. You can see that with certain people. In order to learn, how one learns is Mercury. And it's very similar to having Cancer on the third house, because the third house is the thinking as well, and Mercury is the thinking, and having Mercury in Cancer or Mercury in the third house can have similar manifestations. And in order to learn, one needs to feel emotional connection to the teacher or to the subject. Remember, we said the same about Cancer in the third house. They would learn something that it's personally interesting to them only. And at school, they might be a bit distracted. They might be a bit, overly sensitive while they're younger. But if a teacher approaches them in a parental way, in a caring way, they'll be more willing to learn. They can learn better through soaking, through absorbing. Cancer soaks, absorbs. They can learn better if they're in the vicinity of water. They can learn better in some rhythmical kind of like movement or something. If there is movement, if there is some rhythm, some kind of chanting. And they can parent Cancer, their colleagues. Mercury rules colleagues, your friends, your people, the people in your communications, and people that you communicate in your daily environment. So they can, and your siblings as well. Mercury rules siblings, just like the third house. So they can tend to parent their siblings, their colleagues, their friends as well. Okay, then we go to. But it's a bit weak position for Mercury in Cancer, because Mercury wants to be systematic. Mercury wants to be logical. Mercury is the mind they have very imaginative mind, because Cancer is, sensitive, emotional, imaginative. But sometimes they might be a bit more disorganized with details. They might be too emotional when they're taking care of business, which is Mercury. They might make business personal, or to have family business, Mercury. Or sometimes they can be, because, the moon, they can get distracted by the emotions, like some kind of focus sometimes can be a little bit more, but they're emotional communicators. If you want someone to touch your heart when they speak, when they communicate, you can get someone with with Mercury in Cancer, because they will appeal to your feelings directly, to your emotions. Okay. Mercury, Venus in Cancer. Venus is what we appreciate, what we love. Venus in Cancer people will appreciate and love the old ways, the traditional ways, the customary ways. They would like, they love the home. Venus in Cancer loves the home, the family. Often they have the harmonious, Venus is harmonious, early family life, unless there is a difficult planet in the fourth house. Say you might have Venus in Cancer, but you might have, say, the Lord of the fourth house with Saturn. And then it wasn't so easy, the family environment early on, but still there is more than enough love for their family in their heart. They love the rhythmic, habitual lifestyle of family, rhythmic, habitual. They enjoy, Venus is what you enjoy. They enjoy parenting. They enjoy children. They enjoy caretaking. They enjoy property ownership. They enjoy coastal lifestyle. They enjoy the seas, the oceans, all those things. And again, I have my best friend Rumi. I keep giving you as an example. Venus in Cancer. She has a beautiful home as well, because Venus, wherever you have Venus, you have beautiful there. They can decorate their home. They have a sense of beauty, of design in regards to their home. They can be great home decorators, designers, for example, for home, for property, for gardens. And they would love their family life, home life. It gives them joy and pleasure. And Venus, wherever you have Venus, in whatever sign, you can have a very beautiful body organ ruled by that sign. And because Cancer rules the breast, often Venus in Cancer people might have beautiful breasts, beautifully shaped ones. Rumi has beautiful breasts. Sorry. Okay. They love to stay at home, to entertain at home, because Venus is the planet of entertain, of pleasures. They can love to do that, to entertain, to stay at home. They dislike large groups. Cancer is small groups, close, familiar environments with near and dear people. Not with. Often they might feel like, ooh, some huge concerts where the people are jiving and bustling, and two groups, and they're very, Cancer, and generally Cancers, they're sensitive, so too many big groups and environments that they soak up their feelings, and it can overwhelm them sometimes. But Venus loves entertaining in small family oriented environment. Very sentimental. Venus shows your relationships. And Cancer love is nostalgic. They can think about their past loves a lot. They can remember their past love. They can be very sentimental, keep mementos as well, just like Moon in Cancer, or Cancer on the seventh house cast. They love deeply, because Cancer, loves deeply, caring. They love like a mom would love a child. They'll sacrifice. But they're not necessarily so demonstrative, because Cancer is not demonstrative. They're not going to be on public with you. But they'll be love. And how do you know a Venus in Cancer person is in love with you? They start to parent you. They start to become, they want to be codependent. They might start, wanting to do small little things for you, like a mother, to protect you, to defend you. They can be drawn, say, it's also what kind of women you'd like. If you're a man and you have Venus in Cancer, what kind of women would be drawn to? Well, the maternal type. He would be okay if his wife, because Venus is the wife, is not so much into the role of the lover and the wife. He's okay if she takes mostly the role of the mother. He loves her. He would love women that are maternal, women that want to create family, women that want to settle down, more traditional. Trump also has Venus, I think, in Gemini. So he likes those more traditional women that would be, stay-at-home moms, or they would work in careers that are Cancer-related, nurturing, caring, nursing, property, all those things that we talked throughout the whole webinar. They would love, wants to feel really secure with the partner, because Cancer is a sign of security. And they might not open their hearts very fast if they have Venus in Cancer, until they're secure that their partner loves them back, that their partner is loyal as well. Because there is vulnerability in Cancer, and they'll build if they're hurt in love, they'll remember a long time, because remember, Cancer remembers, its memory. They'll look back all the time at that. And not only that, but once they're hurt emotionally, they can close them and wall themselves off to protect themselves, put that shell on. So you have to be very careful with people with Venus in Cancer. You kind of almost have to walk on eggshells around them in relationships. And that's why it's considered a bit more of a weak position for Venus in Cancer, because Venus is enemy of the moon, the planet that rules Cancer. Because Venus, relationships you have to be more, if you want to have more stable relationships without vicissitudes, without big dramas, you want to be more objective, more equal. But they like relationships when there is parenting. One is parenting the other. They like relationship. They get super sensitive about relationships. They take everything personal in relationships. My friend Rumi definitely does. And they prefer to be in codependent relationships with a parental figure of some sort. And you know that a woman in Cancer is in love with you and loves you. She starts caring for you. If she starts caring for your well-being like a mother, she starts cooking for you. If she introduces you to her family, that's a big thing. Venus in Cancer, when they're in love with you, they would introduce you to their family. They would start to cook and parent for you. They would invite you to their house. If they have no serious intentions towards you, to partner with you, often they can have fun with you and whatever, but they're not going to invite you into their inner sanctum, into their private life, into their family, into their home. Prefer to partner with parental caretaking people. Their relationships are for security for them. They're not for exactly relationships that to create family with, to keep the customs and to recreate this environment of security, an environment of stability, rather than to have crazy hot sex. Of course, they can do that as well, but the primary thing how they approach relationships is to create security. Mothers who likes to be mother-in-law, if they're in love with you, they might show it directly by caring for you. Okay. Asking you how you feel, can be overly needy in relationships. And if it's a man with Venus in Cancer, he would attract such women. He might not exhibit it himself, but he would attract those women, and he would like that. Loves the past, does not forget, past loves easily, makes their home very pleasant, beautiful to live in. Okay. Sensual pleasures through the breast. Venus is sensual pleasure, where you derive pleasures. If your Venus is in Cancer, very sensitive to sensual stimulation, the breasts. I'm not going to tell you stories, but I have stories. These are, again, from my friend Rumi, but definitely that's true there. And also the center of the body and the torso is quite sensitive and quite voluptuous as well, because Venus gives beautiful rounded forms, beautiful breast, torso. Usually they get pretty houses, pretty vehicles. Cancer rules all those. What they like to wear as well is your sense of beauty is Venus. They might like, of course, it will be influenced by your ascendant, by other signs as well. But with Venus, they'll usually like to wrap themselves in scarves to feel protected, in something knitted that feels homely, that feels warm and comfortable, scarves, shawls, things to wrap around. As we said, the irrational in relationships, irrational fears for the other in the relationship, because Cancer is not rational. Cancer is feeling based, and even if there's no reason for them to feel jealous or to worry, they can be super worried for those they love, and they can have irrational jealousy and possessiveness fears like that, because they're not impartial. Cancer is very emotional and can make mountains out of molehills, so to speak. Codependent relationships, needs exceptionally nurturing partners, emotionally needy, who promise to absolutely protect. They need partners who promise to absolutely protect. It's okay for them if the partner prefers not mothering roles but parenting. Okay. So they'll prefer partners that like cooking, babies, small children, find breastfeeding and pregnant women attractive, because Cancer rules that thing. Love seafood. Venus is what you enjoy, what you love. Cancer is seafood. Maybe not for everyone, but definitely it's one of those things. Okay. If you have Mars in Cancer, now that's considered a difficult position, because Mars is considered in its fall, basically when it shows a law of vibration in Cancer. It has the highest vibration Mars, so it's in Capricorn, the opposite sign. But in Cancer, the opposite sign from Capricorn, it has the lowest vibration. What does it mean? They usually, how it plays, because Cancer rules the family and Mars is aggression and anger, they might have been shouted at, or there might have been more arguments in the early family environment. A very competitive family environment, or very stressful in some way, which is this Mars energy, or very one parent or even a mother that was angry. My father has Mars in Cancer, and his mom, Cancer, was very feisty, very fiery, very argumentative. And he says he remembers that as a child, his first memory is his mom and his dad fighting and arguing. And later on, this emotional reactivity is transferred onto your family. So even the family you create later, you can have a lot of fights and arguments with them. And oh my God, I mean, my dad, Mars in Cancer, we fight and we argue in the family. He's so nice outside of the family, Cancer, but in the family, this Mars energy comes out and there's lots of arguments. And what can help, and also they can be emotionally intimidating. Cancer is emotions, Mars is intimidation. Usually it's because they have this emotional intimidation early on in their life themselves. They can be emotional and psychological issues that stem from their family of birth. Because Mars really hurts Cancer, the sign of Cancer, because it's its enemy sign, as they say. So if they have emotional, psychological issues, it's usually, or anger issues, it's usually due to the family, because Mars, the planet of anger, is in Cancer. They can be emotionally volatile. They can be more emotionally impulsive. They can have impulsive psycho-emotional reactions. Cancer, emotional reactions. Mars, impulsive. They can exhort or emotionally force others through manipulation. So that's why Mars in Cancer can show lower vibration. And I'll tell you how, if it's transformed, how it can go to the higher vibration. And that's so true of my dad. He would emotionally kind of threaten us and manipulate us in the family. They can threaten and emotionally manipulate others, which is Mars's threat, through matters of security. Like my dad would say, I'll throw you out of house, and he would lock me out of the house, home, family, property. And aggression in the family would lock you out, or intimidate through through matters of security, through matters of home, family, home. But also there are positive fights for home from the family, yelled at, verbally bullied. So emotional wars, or wars of emotions, tend to happen in their life. And often direct action is replaced with emotional and psychological manipulation. So Mars likes to act directly, to go and say, okay, let's get this done. This is what Mars is, action. But in Cancer, these people, instead of going for the direct action, they can go just like the crab sideways. They can the direct action is replaced with emotional, more manipulative action. But that can psychological manipulation. That's how they can try not. But this can be great as well. In some, you can transform it. You can use it for good, because you can. How can you transform such a difficult position of Mars? Let me see. Many arguments in early home. Pursues energetically safety, because Mars is what you pursue energetically. What you go after, so that energetically pursue safety, home, family. Many arguments at early home and later in the family. Emotion, okay. But how do we, let's see how we transform that. And you see, even I'm reading it, because you can't remember all those things. If you have to remember them, you can combine them. Mars is anger, action. Cancer is family, emotional world, psychological world. So what you can do, Cancer is caring. Put a lot of action and a lot of energy into caring for your family. Put a lot of actions for the week, for parenting. Maybe if you don't want to have fights at your home and you have Mars in Cancer, Nicola said you can have swords, sharp things, at your home, or you can, that's kind of like witchcraft almost putting, but you can do do something active with your family. Like, I remember that the only times we would not argue is when we were more active in my family. The only time he would not be argumentative and angry with his Mars in Cancer is when we would go on treks. And he was great to organize active, vigorous activities with the families. And he was the one who would be the leader. You know, Mars is leads. Mars wants to say, you're doing this now, you're doing this now, and he's still like that. Oh my God! Once we were on the beach, and we were like big extended family, 10 people, and my dad brought a ropes for all the women and said, you put them on, and we're going to record a video reciting a patriotic Bulgarian poem about the historical past of Bulgaria. And it's like, oh my God, you know, he'll tell you what to do. Mars in Cancer, and the ascendant in Cancer. And he would organize games for the family. He would be like very on the ball, active with the family. And I refused to put that rope. And I'm like, I'm not putting, we had the wide ropes for all of us. We looked like some crazy, you know, family. Then all the beach people were looking at us, and I refused. And such a huge scandal happened after that. But usually how you can diffuse that energy, how you can use it for good, Mars in Cancer, is to care for the weak, to parent the weak, the home, to do something physical around the home, to fix, repair. My dad was always the one, because Mars is physical activity, fixing, repairing. Mars was, my dad would say, okay, let's, your mom is coming back from university in a week, because she was a student, and let's surprise her, let's change the whole house. So we'll build and put furniture together, so being active together. This is how you can deflect the more inclined to argument energy of Mars in Cancer into something more productive. So do gardening, physical activity around the house, organize physical things with the family, but also great for defending the rights of the common people, the land, or a marine. Cancer, you know, Cancer is defending water. Mars is a warrior, a soldier. So this can be, you can be great in careers that defend others. Or you can see a lot of Mars Cancer people that are in such careers, or that are in property development, for example, homes, property, putting a lot of action into matters of home property. They'll be cutthroat salespeople in property. They'll be like really pushy, you know, but they'll do good sales, and they'll excite you about the property, make you excitable, enthusiastic. They can be defenders of home, family, home life. They tend to pursue vigorous activities with family. Okay, and Cancer shows your mom as well. And when Mars is there, maybe the mom was quite feisty. Maybe the mom had lots of arguments with, you know, seeing not eye to eye. And there is another negative side here, because Cancer is you caring about the family, and Mars is extreme. Mars would fight. So they can have fundamentalist inclinations, or extremely xenophobic sometimes, because Mars is enmity, what you are gonna fight, and Cancer is the home. So everyone who is not from the home or from the country, they can be a little bit xenophobic. It's not for everyone, of course, but there is a tendency in my dad, definitely. He'll be like, I was saying, what about Aslan for the name of the baby? Oh, a Turkish name? You know, like, oh no, has to be something, you know, it's like, oh, the gypsies, the Turkish, whatever, you know. But that's in extreme cases, you know, it's not always the case. And actually, they can be great protectors of the home, family, you know. Psycho-emotional aggression, that's something common for them. And again, they can diffuse it by physical exercise in water sports, or by being close to water. You know, Mars in Cancer, if you have emotional stresses and you're emotionally more volatile and reactive, as it's the case, and take things personally, not to get into arguments and not to hurt yourself emotionally, do some soothing water sports of some sort. Okay, Jupiter in Cancer. But that's more generational. Everyone born in the same year as you approximately will have Jupiter in Cancer, but that's such a powerful position. I mean, Jupiter in Cancer is the best position for Jupiter. This is where Jupiter is exalted. Jupiter is strongest in Cancer. So those people, and Jupiter shows our belief system. So People with Jupiter in Cancer can have a direct experience in their feelings of God. They can have their authentically spiritual. Jupiter is our spirituality, our belief system. Cancer allows Jupiter to flourish. And they can feel, they don't need to understand God logically, just like having Jupiter in the, just like having Cancer in the ninth house. But it's much stronger having Jupiter in Cancer because it's a planet. So they don't need to be told and convinced that God exists, unless, of course, there is some other blockage there. But they would feel it. They'll know it intuitively. They would say, "Well, this is nature. I'm connected. I'm feeling it." You know, they'll believe that in the family. You know, people from that generation, they would create, once they become in government positions of authority, if they have the people with Cancer, Jupiter, they would create more auspicious, more beneficial environments for families to flourish. They would create more easy access to families to homes, to nutrition. Cancer rules nutrition and home. They would create, and they would naturally be very much what's it called? Charitable. And for them, family is the most important social structure. And that's why they can, people with Jupiter in Cancer, through their career, through their contribution in society, through whatever they do, they can really strengthen the family unit, you know, and because they believe in human development and progress through the family. Jupiter rules human development, the opportunities for growth of humanity, and they believe that it starts from the smallest unit, from taking care of children and the family, and the early schooling education of children, which is what Cancer rules. Okay, they can participate in charities, which help, because Jupiter is charities, is the generous planet, is the very giving planet. So Jupiter in Cancer participate in charities of children, for charities for children, for families, for early education of children, for finding water for villages, for sponsoring tribal life in somewhere, for properties, you know. They can be very generous, because Jupiter is very generous with their families, very generous with nutrition and stuff like that. Sorry, my mind is really starting to slow down now. And Jupiter, wherever Jupiter is, we embrace it, we help it expand, we bring opportunities to that area of our life. So they'll embrace and help expand the ocean. They can care for the ocean, for example. They can care for the weak, for the nursing, the babies, to revive the cultural customs. Jupiter in Cancer generation will be very attached to the cultural customs of their family lives or their countries of origin, and they can help regrow them or expand them and grow them in some way. They can remove regulations. Jupiter removes regulations and improve the laws for land. You see, Jupiter is more social. It's not on the personal life. It's not so much about your personal life. It's about the bigger picture, you know. It's about society, humanity. So generation with Jupiter in Cancer can contribute, especially if Jupiter is on angle somewhere in their horoscope. They can, through their careers, through their actions, they can contribute to improving the laws for land ownership, for property ownership, making it easier for people to own homes, making it easier to removing regulations in regards to that, to improve nutrition. There'll be a generation that cares about that, and that will bring a lot of knowledge and intuition and higher understanding about nutrition, about family matters, about taking care of the land. Extremely fertile, whatever Jupiter is, if you have Jupiter in Cancer, whatever house Jupiter falls in your horoscope, it will bring in that house extraordinary abundance, because Jupiter is the strongest in Cancer. Cancer is so fertile. So if you have Jupiter in Cancer in the second house, you're gonna, from the ascendant. For material manifestation, look from the ascendant. Jupiter in Cancer in the second house, you can have extraordinary abundance in finances. You can become very rich. Jupiter in Cancer in the third house, you might have a lot of siblings, or you might have extraordinary abundance that comes to you through communication through media, through marketing, the business administration, commercial activities, which are ruled by the third house. Jupiter in the ninth house in Cancer, extraordinary luck and abundance, and through high education, through being in foreign countries, through spiritual pursuits, through teaching and preaching. Jupiter in the seventh house in Cancer can give extraordinary abundance, or in the eighth house in Cancer, extraordinary abundance through your partner can bring lots of money, you know. So depending where you have Jupiter in Cancer, you can get a lot of in that house, because Jupiter is very strong there. And Jupiter also shows our past life wisdom, something that we've worked in past lifetimes, and we come now carrying natural intuitive understanding about it, natural higher wisdom about it. And it almost looks like we're lucky in that area of our life. And wherever Jupiter is there in Cancer in your horoscope, people say, oh, you're so lucky. But it's because you have this past life wisdom that it feels like you're in the right place in the right time. It's almost like the good karma you bring with you from past lifetimes is Jupiter. And they have a lot of past life wisdom about caring, nurturing, parenting, nutrition, protecting, sheltering. And they can be the greatest humanitarians. I mean, honestly, helping people with their essential needs. Cancer is providing essential needs for the people, providing security, safety, extremely charitable, authentically care. They care authentically. The motherly feeling is expanded. The motherly, concerned, mumsy, caring feeling through Jupiter, the planet of expansion, is expanded in these people. So they really are charitable. They care authentically. Will help others, unless, you know, Jupiter is afflicted by Saturn to make it less, or by some other planet. Very philanthropic people. Believes what you believe. You know, Jupiter is believes in spiritual love. Believes in spiritual. It believes in God as nature, God as mother, nurturing, protecting mother. Has a powerful intuitive connection to higher power. We said that they have great access to. They might be great psychics in some way. They can have great access to this intuitive water abilities, you know, of Cancer. Much spiritual karmic credit is available to those people in regards to the house that Jupiter is in, or the planet it aspects. So good, lucky things happen to them there. Usually people with Jupiter in Cancer tend to become wealthy in this lifetime, either spiritually, emotionally, materially. Sometimes the three of them, they'll experience great wealth in some way. Okay, and then we're going to Cancer, Saturn in Cancer. Now that's the opposite. That's difficult. Saturn does not do well in Cancer. Saturn feels Cancer the feelings. Saturn is a planet that can wall off our feelings. And that's everyone born within 2.5 year period will have Cancer, Saturn in Cancer once every 30 years. But often there will be some problem, some karma. Saturn rules karma. Some repetitive pattern that is more hurtful that comes from their family, Cancer. And that they'll have fears about. Often some of their biggest fears and blockages that come in their life, and poverty mentality, or blockage, or mentality of it's not enough. This is Saturn mentality, is not enough, poverty mentality. It's coming from Cancer, from the family, from their ancestors. It's coming from their roots. So they have to re-examine their roots, their relationships with family, and try to release those, because Saturn doesn't want to keep you in poverty or in pain. Saturn wants make something very painful, so you become aware of it and you stop that pattern and you detach from it emotionally, instead of walling yourself in emotionally, building walls. Saturn is walls, and making that crab shell 10 times thicker, which can make you have emotional issues, psychosomatic emotional issues with Saturn there. It's instead, you have to learn to consciously, because whatever Saturn is, we have to work very hard at it. It doesn't come naturally to us like where Jupiter is. It doesn't come natural, intuitive understanding how to make everything right with the family, how to soothe your feelings, how to, you know, you have to consciously work at it and try to somehow to improve it with efforts, and then it becomes better. But it's usually a source of pain in the first 20 years, 30 years of your life at least. They have a duty, because Saturn is duty to the homeland as well. They might manifest fearful or overly protective parenting, because Saturn is the planet of fear. Of you are hurt somehow, and you try to you either block yourself from parenting. You say, oh, I can't do that because that's gonna get. I don't want to have family. That will hurt me. I had a family that hurt me. I'm not going to do it again. Or you become overly protective. You become overly fearful about the family. Fears about protecting the family, the parenting. And that generation, or when Saturn transits in Cancer, those years, or when the generation of Saturn in Cancer grows up and takes roles in society, or when Saturn transits in Cancer, you see around the world that there is regulation, because Saturn's regulation rules about property. They put regulations and some kind of changes of the structures of the law. They impose on real estate, on property, on family, property ownership, on schooling, nursing. So these are the people who might, and that's not bad. It might be when the market goes down as well for the properties. Saturn suppressing in Cancer. I think it was just right after Saturn was on the verge of Cancer, when no, it wasn't. Sorry, but anyway, so they would put regulations, tighter regulations, or in matters regarding to Cancer, to family. Might be great placement for police, because police have to be overly fearful, and overly protective, so to speak, with Cancer, their Saturn in Cancer, because they put structures and rules in the local environment, in the local town that Cancer rules, in the local government. It can be a great placement. Whatever you have Saturn, you can turn it into a career, so it doesn't manifest in your personal life, because Saturn rules naturally where we have a duty and responsibility. And if you manifest it through your career, it can be better for you. It can detract some of the pain from your personal life. So if you have Saturn in the 7th house in your relationships and marriage, it's quite more painful, more, emotionally hurting you. Then working in some kind of a career where you're working with people using that Cancer energy, which is like, nurturing, caring, all those things, safety, security. Especially with Saturn, it's like being a regulator, safety regulator. Cancer is safety, Saturn is regulation. Home and land security of some sort, school principal, where you have to control things. These are great ways to manifest even though it's difficult position, Saturn in Cancer, it's a great way to channel it this way. Someone who is environmentalist, taking care of the environment, putting regulations and rules about Cancer, about the land, the environment, the homeland. But it can overprotect, it can over fortify, or over worries for the family and the loved ones. They can bring from past lifetimes, because Saturn rules past lifetimes. Can bring from past lifetimes fears of scarcity in regards to family, fears of scarcity consciousness. It's not enough in regards to family, in regards to nourishment, in regards to safety. So that's why they can become overly protective, overly nourishing, in those things. And they have to learn to relax a little bit. You can't over control those environments of Cancer with your Saturn. You can to some extent, but you just start worrying all about the family, about their safety, about their nourishment, how they nourish, and you can put yourself into more pain like that. So you have to learn the sense. You can, wherever Saturn, you have to develop a sense of detachment a little bit, not to take things so, seriously. They can have emotional blockages. I've seen it often. It often is stemming either from them, and they often can blame the mom for that, or the family. Okay, and they might try to protect themselves emotionally by blocking others and pushing others away, walling themselves off out of fears, because they're emotional protection. They're trying to do that. Often they come from a lineage, Cancer family, that is more strict, that is more hardworking, that is more conservative, or maybe sometimes poorer, and sometimes, but you can't say. Not everyone born with Cancer in Saturn will have that. but definitely there is an inclination there, you know. Okay, so they can be emotionally more pinched, you know, like Saturn wants to restrict, so they can be more cautious how they express emotions, fearful to open up their hearts a little bit. And they love and they respect, the Saturn is respect, they respect the old ways, they establish cultural norms, the traditions. Well, I think that's it. Oh, now we have North Node and South Node in Cancer. And North Node shows what you have to develop in this lifetime, what you haven't developed in past lifetimes. And when it's in Cancer, it's advisable. And if you follow the inclines of your North Node, you're going to have like a very fast forward movement in life. You can very quickly unlock other areas of your life that are stagnant. So family, even if it's in the 10th house of career, the North Node, but in Cancer, you need to create a family, or you need to be in roles that are nurturing, protective of some sort. You're here to develop emotional intelligence, because the South Node is always the opposite. South Node, or Ketu, as also is known, will be in Capricorn. They're always opposite. This is the incarnational axis. So the South Node in Capricorn and the North Node in Cancer means that in past lifetimes you were in big positions of responsibility, Capricorn, maybe with high social status, but you were walled off emotionally. You didn't pay attention to family, to nurturing the feelings and things like that, and the family. And now in this lifetime, you have to develop emotional intelligence. In this lifetime, you have to learn to understand your feelings. And to pay more attention to your inner world, to create a family, you know, and that's and often the emotions can be very up and down until they learn how to deal with emotions, because they were walling them off in past lifetimes. They were focused on different things, not on family. And family is the place where you develop the most emotions, where you develop the most emotional balance. So they can also have frog jump success through property. Is that the word for like a sudden jump success? This is Rahu. The North Node can give you sudden uprise through property, through family, through real estate, you know. Okay, and if it's the opposite way, if you have Rahu in Ketu, the South Node in Cancer, which means in past lifetimes you came from a sheltered, protected environment, from a small tribal environment, a village environment. You were probably a mother a lot. Oh, and if you have Rahu, the North Node in Cancer, maybe you were not mother in previous lifetimes. So now you can learn a lot, and you can grow spiritual a lot by becoming a mother. And this can open doors for success motherhood for you, because but Rahu can give sudden frog jump success, as we said. But if you have the South Node in Cancer, it means that in a number of past lifetimes you were in those very family-oriented environments, you're a parent, you know, and in this lifetime you have to focus on Capricorn. You have to develop career, worldly duties and responsibilities that you give to the world, structure and discipline. You know, you were very emotional based in the past. Maybe now with Capricorn, North Node, you have to become more. You know, they say Capricorn is more in control, more focused on outer achievement, so to speak. But South Node in Cancer, they might. It doesn't mean don't have children, don't have family, but it means that instead of just being and focusing only from the heart-based and emotional side, you have to develop more pragmatic approach to life, which is Capricorn, more disciplined, more pragmatic, more practical approach to life. Here we are. Go on, guys. Questions. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm looking now at the questions. Yes. The moon in the 4th house. We're going to talk about planets in houses, guys, once we do houses. When we do houses, we're going to do that. But the moon in the 4th house will be like Cancer in the 4th house. So check out that that part where we talk Cancer in the 4th house, it will tell you a lot. Okay, if Sun and Moon is in Cancer really close together, what happens with the combust situation? Well, Sun and Moon together, oh, that's another one of my best friends there. Yes, that will definitely create a lot more frustration in the family. And combust situation can indicate that the feelings are more hurt, because the moon is the one that is hurt. The moon is the one that is combust in Cancer. So the feelings are more agitated of the person. But there is a lot of very focus again on family. There is a lot of focus, but they might be more rigid in their feelings, because the moon it's burned by the sun. And that can create more emotional, how do I say, like emotional tension, so to speak. And sometimes even with the family might have been more, because the sun kind of agitates, makes hot and angry, or whatever planet it combusts. So it might be, and sometimes it might eclipse the family life, so to speak, that even the moon becomes invisible by the sun. The sun will still be focused on family, but the deeper emotional connection can suffer a little bit. One is, what about Saturn? Sun and Jupiter are combust. Guys, we're not talking about planets here. We're not talking about planets. We're talking about signs, and we're talking about signs on house cusp and planets in signs, because I have to explain a very different, the aspects between planets. It will be another probably 12-week webinars, because they're very interesting, and they're very, the rules are very different there. Okay, if Cancer is the ascendant, is the moon the chart ruler? Yes, whatever is your ascendant, the planet that rules the ascendant becomes the planet that rules you. You become that planet. That becomes, if there is a difficult transit to your moon and Cancer is your ascendant, your health can suffer. The 1st house is your physical body. It's you, your whole life, So whatever planet rules your ascendant is one of your most important planets, because it becomes you. Okay, if Cancer moon is sextile Saturn, again, these are aspects, guys. I have to explain aspects because most people here, it's foundational course, they probably don't know aspects, but Cancer moon sextile Saturn it's great, because it stabilizes the feelings. And especially Cancer moons, they can be moody, and Saturn can gently stabilize those feelings, and can stabilize returns from property and stuff like that later in life. I guess I'm just curious. Okay. Yeah. My partner has Mars, Jupiter, and Venus in Cancer. Mars, Jupiter, and Venus, he's 50. Well, he has the best planet in Cancer and the worst planet, Mars and Jupiter in Cancer. That will definitely give, it depends on what sign and what house these fall in. This can manifest powerful, but definitely there is a lot of good karma and a lot of stressful karma coming from his family and his inner. But for him, it's important. The family life will be important. He can manifest powerfully financially through property and anything Cancerian, so it's good for him. It's important. If he does not honor that needs to be in family and to be in, he'll be missing a big part of his horoscope. And he can manifest. Mars, Jupiter is a yoga whenever they're together in the same sign. It's a combination for wealth. So in Cancer, it can come wealth through or abundance of financial through property, or particularly from the house they're together in. But this is a different thing, the combination of planets that create yogas. If Cancer, Sagittarius ascendant, is intercepted, would one use the energy of Gemini or Leo to help? If the Sagittarius ascendant in Cancer, Cancer is still in the 8th sign, is the 8th sign from the ascendant. So use the Cancer energy. And as a secondary help, use some of the, whichever is on the house cusp of the 8th house. For therapeutic healing, if that's what you're asking. But yes, there might be, this is if you use an equal house system, but the whole sign system still works. It's work no matter if you're using intercepted or no. So use for Cancer, if it's for healing, therapeutic healing, and your Sagittarius Cancer is in your 8th sign. So use Cancer, and plus use the energies of the 8th house cusp, whichever it falls. What if you do not want any children in this lifetime? That's fine. If you have strong Cancer, it doesn't necessarily that you can have your own children. It's not necessary. But you still have to find some role to parent, to nurture, to take care. It might be your business, or it might be a garden, or it might be sheltering, helping others in some way, but you have to express those sheltering, caring, nurturing, parental qualities. You might be like a very parental boss or something like that. You can express them through this, but you have to find a channel to express it, or else you're suppressing a big part of yourself. My husband, Libra ascendant. Why the 10th house? More fitting, not 9th. I don't understand. With Libra ascendant, his 9th house will be Gemini. You can watch the Gemini webinar. And as the house cusp secondary will be the 9th as well. Will be Cancer in the 9th, but usually the 9th sign from Libra ascendant is Gemini. Sun and Jupiter in Cancer. I can send you a video about Sun conjunct Jupiter. Jupiter is a friend of the Sun, but that's a total. Jupiter is a friend of the Sun. The Sun combusts Jupiter. So anything in regards to the Sun will fare great. Anything that the Sun rules in your horoscope will fare great. And usually the Sun is also career and stuff like that. While the Sun will burn and hurt the things that Jupiter rules in your horoscope, the house cusp. So I say if Jupiter rules the 7th house, it might hurt and combust your first marriage. Or if Jupiter, or if the Sun, or if Jupiter rules the 2nd house, it might combust the 2nd marriage, because the 2nd house, according to ancient astrology, is the 2nd husband. Or if the Sun, if Jupiter rules your 12th house, you might have problems sleeping or stuff like that. Okay, so thank you so much, guys. I'm a bit tired. Thank you, Maya. It's been emotional for me, but it's really helped me understand my complicated Cancer mother. Very emotional. Oh yeah, I'm around Cancers all my time. It taught me to be a more careful Aries, not to barge in there. Thank you so much. And I will see you next time, guys, for all about Leo in 1 month, though. I'm going to take a break, so we wait till the Sun enters Leo. And I'll send you the day before that. But I would also announce it when the webinar is in Sun in Leo. You can check the website. And we will do it on Sunday again. So thank you so much. Sunday is the day of the Sun, Leo. So I love you all. Bless you.